if that's what's being requested of defense.
And Judge, if defense can give one, we will give one as well.
Sounds good. Okay. There's nothing that needs to be read in the indictment with regards to the punishment phase, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Just double check where we're at.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
You may. Let's bring in the jury.
All rise.
You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I was telling you yesterday evening, we brought to a close the first phase of trial. It now becomes your duty to consider the punishment phase in this case. The procedure to be followed will be identical to the procedure followed in the guilt or innocence stage. There will be, I'll allow opening argument, there will be the presentation of evidence, then there will be closing argument and the court's charge. I will again tell you to please not deliberate concerning your opinions about the case and punishment until you have received the court's charge and all gathered together. Okay? All right, we may begin. State may give opening statement.
May it please the court?
May.
Good morning. I owe you an apology. Yesterday I told you that I did not quite know what was going on with the defendant. You'll recall, I went over here and said I don't know what was going on in his life. I actually do. Because what you're going to hear is he's a drug dealer. And about a week before, he was robbed. He was robbed at a racetrack. Somebody pistol whipped him. He then gets out of his car and shoots at him about 8 times. We suspect, can't prove it, but we suspect it was Zach's older brother that did it. And so he's carrying that gun for one particular reason. Protect himself because he don't get robbed again or beat. Because that's what he is a drug dealer. And you're also going to see the kind of drugs he deals. Because that's the person he is. And we actually have a video of that shooting. What you're going to see is This young man who was 18, who's 20 now, almost 20, jump out of a car and shoot at it as it leaves a parking lot in the public without a care in the world as to who he may hit. It's going to sound very familiar to you. It's going to look very familiar to you. Because as Rosanna told you yesterday, you have somebody sitting in front of you who is a cold-blooded killer with no regard to anybody's life. And we're going to ask you to punish him accordingly.
Defense.
May it please the court?
You may.
Members of the jury, my client is not some murderer. My client is not El Chapo. My client is not the mass murderer that the state of Texas want you to believe that he is. This is about a kid that got in over his head, that was pistol whipped, that was bullied, that's not a fighter, and didn't know what to do. Because see, my client right here and his family, these people have integrity. They've had integrity this entire time. This person was raised in private school. This person has support. And this person never met his father. And that is what you're going to hear today. My client's dad died when his mother was 3 months pregnant. And George Simpkins is the patriarch of this family sitting in this courtroom. And he is no longer here. He passed away at the most formative years of Mr. Simpkins' young life. 14 years of age. He needed a father figure. He needed assistance. And as you know, gun culture in our state is a fallacy. It is a fallacy that you can carry a gun where you want, how you want. Everyone wants those rights. Until it's time to get in this courtroom. And when you're young, and when you don't have the mental capacity to make the best decision, unfortunate bad things happen. Now, we as a defense, we respect your verdict. We respect your time and the effort you have put into this case. But don't you give up on Timothy Simpkins. Think about the bigger picture, and please have an open mind, because this story was not just what you heard this week. It is much broader than that, and Timothy Simpkins deserves a second chance.
Thank you. State, you may call your first witness.
State would call Deshaun Tobias.
All right, Mr. Tobias. All right, you can stand up here. You've testified in this trial before, correctly?
Yes, sir.
All right, then I'll remind you that you're still sworn to tell the truth in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a seat here. All right, make sure that microphone fits you, and remember to talk to the back of the room, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, your witness.
May I first witness discussion?
You may.
You shared an apartment with your girlfriend, the defendant's sister, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. We've already talked to you about that Glock that was recovered. That was yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs that were taken that day by crime scene officers. I'm going to show you what is marked identification. It states 151 and 153. Now then, I'd ask you if you recognize that, what's in there. Let me just ask you, do you recognize the items in there?
Like, do I know what it is?
Well, do you know what they are?
Yeah, I know. Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
Mhm.
Marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Is it?
All right. So let's make sure we turn off the phones this time. Cedric, go ahead and take up that phone. That's the third time I've had to say something. Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
What we see in both of these photographs, that's not yours.
Yes, sir.
And it's next to the spare magazine, the Glock 45 magazine on that dresser. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that didn't belong to you. You certainly didn't put it there.
No, sir.
Pass it.
All right. Cross-examination.
Deshaun, you testified in the guilt innocent phase of this trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that you were not at home that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know who was in that house that day?
No, ma'am.
No further questions?
All right. May this witness be released. Oh, you have redirect?
No question, Ben.
I'm sorry. You have redirect.
Before you left for work today, those items weren't there, were they?
I'm not too sure.
Do you have marijuana in your house?
No, sir.
You didn't put the spare that Glock magazine there.
Yes, sir.
You did not put it there.
No, I did not put it down.
I pass witness.
All right. Recross.
Does your girlfriend smoke weed, Deshaun?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
Does she sell marijuana?
No, sir.
Was that hers?
I don't know.
That first witness?
You may.
You think if that was in your house, you might know it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that in your house?
No, sir.
And what I'm pointing at is the marijuana, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I pass the witness.
Recross.
No further questions?
Okay. All right. May the witness be released.
I'd ask you to file an excuse so you can go back to work, Judge.
No objection from defense.
All right. You may be released
Okay.
from your subpoena. Thank you, sir. All right. Please call your next witness.
Jason Ferguson.
Mr. Ferguson. All right. You've been sworn to tell the truth in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll remind you that you're still under that oath, okay?
Yes.
All right. You may have a seat. Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Officer, you were the crime scene officer that responded to the apartment at 330 Fairmont Drive, is that right?
Correct.
You collected some items of evidence.
Yes.
We've already had you discussed with the jury that you collected the Glock 45 and an additional magazine, spare magazine, is that right?
Yes.
Judge, may I first witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you some photographs. I'm going to show you 151, 153, 154, and 152. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
You're the one who took them.
Correct.
And those photographs fairly accurately depict what you saw that day.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer dates 151 through 154.
No objection from the defense.
150 what through 154?
151 through 154.
151 through 154 admitted and may be provided to the jury.
Before,
Okay.
before I do so, I'd like to discuss one or two statements, Judge, with the witness.
Okay.
Officer, I'm going to share what we marked for identification purposes as stage 22. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same item that we see in stage 151 through 154?
Yes, it is.
And you collected it,
Yes.
packaged it, secured it the same day, right? You gave us another officer to assist you, but it was secured that same day.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer stage 22.
No objection from the defense.
Okay. 22 is admitted.
Judge, may I proceed?
You may.
May I publish and hold it?
You may.
All right. Stage 153 shows that dresser with the magazine and the marijuana.
Correct.
22 is the marijuana.
Yes.
Is there anything particular about the marijuana that stood out to you?
That it was 15 individually packaged bags.
Why does that stand out?
That's typically how it's packaged for distribution.
I'm going to say stage 146 through 147. Are those photographs of a gray Charger that was in the parking lot?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to use the word search or look into that gray Charger?
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer states 146 and 147.
No objection.
146 and 147 are admitted.
Showing you stage 147. When you looked in there, what did you find? Just in general.
There were some various items. There was a sweatshirt, some paperwork, and then an insurance card.
Paperwork showing or
There were some various paperwork for Simpkins.
did you find anything related to marijuana? Do you recall? Any paraphernalia?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Do you recall if it's in your report?
May I look?
Me too.
I don't have anything in my report that relates to marijuana itself.
You got the other officer assist? The allegation?
The detective we actually did the search.
Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination.
May our first witness, please?
You may.
Mr. Ferguson, I'm showing you the same pictures that the state prosecutor showed you on direct.
Yes.
What type of personal items do you see in these photographs?
See a Rice Krispies treats, little jewel bracelet or necklace, doorknob, or I'm not sure what, it's upside down. Looks like a ring and some ties, a credit card.
Okay. When you see hair ties, are those for a woman or a man?
Could be either.
What color is that bracelet?
It's a multicolored jewel type bracelet.
Give me 3 colors that are on that bracelet.
Blue, yellow, pink.
And when in regards to those hair ties, what brand is on that?
Goody.
Whose room were these things found in?
I don't know.
Did you go to the house to process?
I did.
And when you do the processing, you mark which rooms you find certain items in, correct?
Correct.
And so how did you mark this?
As the master bedroom.
And who is the owner of this master bedroom?
I do not know.
So you did not get that information.
No.
And when you go to people's homes to do the crime scene, are you aware of any of the investigative things going on, or do you just process what's happening?
Typically, I process what's happening.
Okay. And you process those things just to take to the lab, the property room, correct?
Correct.
You are not a lead investigator on any case, correct?
Correct.
The next pass the witness.
Redirect.
No question, Judge.
Okay. All right. May this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
No objection from defense.
All right. You may be released from your subpoena. Thank you,
Thank
sir. All right. Please call your next witness.
State calls Jada Anderson.
All right. Ms. Anderson, please raise your right hand. Have you been previously sworn in this case? Okay, all right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, come up here and have a seat. All right, make sure when you answer questions that you wait to hear the entire question. Sometimes they keep talking, and make sure you talk all the way to the back of the courtroom so that we can hear you all the way back there, okay?
Okay.
All right, your witness.
Hi, Jada.
Hello.
Tell the members of the jury your name.
Hello, I'm Jada Anderson.
And Jada, you know why you're here today, right?
Yes, I do.
You know Timothy Simpkins, right?
Yes.
Did you used to date him back in October the 6th of 2021?
Yes, I did.
You were his girlfriend?
Yes.
How long had you been his girlfriend?
I've been his girlfriend for a year and about a few months.
Okay. And about when did y'all break up?
We broke up early November.
Of 2021?
Yes.
So the following month after this shooting at Timberview?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you two photographs. They've been marked as State's Exhibit 157 and 158. Do you recognize these two photographs?
Yes.
Are you in fact the person who took those photographs?
Yes.
And are they photographs of Timothy Simpkins?
Yes.
We're going to offer this into evidence, Your Honor, 157 and 158, tendering to defense.
No, Judge, no.
All right. What was the first couple numbers? I got 157 and 158.
Those are the two numbers.
All right. 157 and 158 are admitted.
And while you were dating him, would you sometimes take photographs?
Yes, we did.
And these two photographs that I've shown you, let's go to 157. Is the person in that photograph Timothy Simpkins?
Yes, it is.
And where is he sitting in that photograph?
In the driver's seat.
Of what kind of car?
A gray Charger.
That's his car that he used to drive?
Yes.
Okay. And then 158, is that taken on the same day, same event?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what's he doing?
Sitting in the driver's seat.
And is the door open in that particular photograph?
Yes, it is.
And what is in the pocket of the driver's door? See the red arrow pointing to it?
I can't make that out.
You don't know what that is?
No, I don't.
Jada, we've discussed that before, correct? Right?
And I but I can't tell what that is.
You and I have talked about this several times. Is that correct? Jada, let me ask you something. Are you worried about testifying here today?
No, I'm not.
All right. I have asked you what's in the pocket of this before. I asked you yesterday. And isn't it true that you told me that was a gun? You told me that, correct? Jada, did you tell me this was a gun?
Ms. Anderson, I'll remind you that you've been sworn to tell the truth.
In that photo, I don't know if that's a gun. I told you that in the pocket of the car, that there has been a gun, but I don't know what it is, so I can't tell.
All right. So let me ask it a different way. You have seen a gun on prior occasions in the pocket where this item is located that you say you don't know what it is. Is that right? Is that what you're telling me today?
Here,
Okay. Correct me if I'm saying it wrong. Did you just say that while you don't know what that item is that this red arrow is pointing to, that what you told me that on prior occasions, that's where he carried the gun? That you had seen the gun there before?
on prior occasions I told you that I've never seen a gun in that pocket, and that was the first day I've seen it.
That was the first day you've seen it? Okay, all right. Okay. So that's a gun?
Like, that's what
No, I don't. I'm not going to testify for you, Jada. You have to be the one that says it.
I need you to speak up, ma'am.
I'm not understanding what I'm supposed to be saying. Sorry, can y'all repeat it?
Well, you're supposed to be telling the truth is what you're supposed to be doing, so please answer the questions as they're asked.
I know. Okay.
What kind of hand signs is he throwing up that you're taking a photo of?
That's the middle finger.
Just the middle finger?
Yes.
What's he doing with the other hand?
Another middle finger across the side.
Okay. May I publish both of these to the...
You may.
Then I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to answer me. Is it true, or is it not true, that yesterday you told me that you had taken that photograph and that at first you had not noticed it was a gun until later? Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. Approximately when was that photograph taken?
That was taken, I would say either, I think, June of 2021.
Okay. Now, you used to talk to Timothy a lot, and y'all would chat even in the evenings, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time in September of 2021 where you had a conversation with him and he told you he had been robbed?
I did.
Let's hear the entirety of the question.
In September of 2021, did you have a conversation with Timothy Simpkins about something that had happened at the racetrack?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you happened at the racetrack, convenience store?
Timothy told me that he had been robbed and pistol whipped.
Okay,
And then he showed me his head when he was bleeding.
okay. You told me, well, did he have a cut on his head?
He had locks. I couldn't see him cut, but he was bleeding.
Okay,
I saw blood.
but was it on his face or head,
And he was like, right.
upper head?
I don't remember where
Okay.
it was. I just.
All right. Did he go further and tell you that he had been robbed of his money and drugs?
No.
Did he go further and tell you that he had shot at them?
No, ma'am.
Now, after, well, let me go back to Timberview in October. You were a student there at that time, correct?
Yes, I was.
But you were not in his classroom the day of the shooting,
I was next door.
correct? You did not see any of it, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
However, after the shooting, you remained his girlfriend for about a month, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was some concern, was there some concern from Timothy about you remaining his girlfriend?
I don't understand what you're asking.
When you broke up, was it your idea, his idea, or mutual agreement?
It was mutual agreement.
And going back to the conversation we had yesterday, was there some worry? Was he worried about you being his girlfriend?
Was there some worry about you being his girlfriend? It's overruled.
Yes or no?
From him or?
Just tell me.
Let me do it this way. Why don't you rephrase your question?
Okay. What was the reason that y'all broke up?
One of the reasons why was because he was texting females, and it was just a lot of rumors around the school that I had something to do with the shooting. So everybody didn't know who to trust, so they kind of put me as an outcast.
Okay, so you were being treated as an outcast because you were his girlfriend?
Yes.
and he was getting a lot of text messages from girls. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes, ma'am.
is it true?
Hold on just a second. Take your time. Just take a second. Give her just a second, please. You okay? You okay? Okay. All right. You may proceed.
Jada, let me ask you this. You've been up here all week, right? With your mom?
Yes, I have.
And you haven't been eating, right? Or sleeping?
I have. I've been eating and sleeping.
Okay. Just want to make sure you're okay today.
I'm okay.
I'm going to go back to November when y'all broke up.
Mhm.
And even though, Jada, some things are hard to say, you have to answer the question and tell the truth. Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Now, on Timothy's part, why did y'all break up?
Timothy was texting other girls.
And the other thing that you talked to me about why you did not need to be in his life anymore. What was that reason? Jada?
That I felt like I was being put as an outcast with the whole situation.
What did you tell me about the FBI?
I didn't tell you anything about the FBI.
All right, Jada, let me ask you this. Yesterday, did you tell me that Timothy told you that it would be better if he did not have anything to do with you because you were talking to the authorities, maybe the FBI?
I did not say that. I said that Timothy told me that I should not talk to him anymore because he doesn't know what my involvement was at one point. Then we cleared that situation up, and the last reason why we broke up was because he started talking to other girls.
Okay, all right. Okay. So, after this shooting, and it's a month later, you say he's talking to a lot of girls. He became very popular, is that right?
Yes.
And he became very popular because of the shooting.
Yes.
And that bothered you.
Yes, it did.
You know somebody named Elijah Price?
Yes, I know.
Is that his best friend? Timothy's best friend, or
Yes.
one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Did he talk to you about Elijah Price?
Did Timothy talk to me?
Yeah. Did Timothy talk to you about Elijah Price, his friend?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. Like, are you asking, had we have a conversation about Elijah, period? No, we were all friends. There was no need to have a conversation.
Okay, keep your voice up.
We were all friends. There was no need to have a conversation about Elijah.
Okay. And was Elijah Price also a student at Timberview?
Yes, he was.
Was Timothy upset with you for talking to Isaiah, Zach's brother?
Yes.
So you were friends with him also?
Before the shooting, yes.
Judge, may we have 1 second, please?
You may. You okay, ma'am? You need anything else? Okay. That's fine.
Jada, were you at school on the day that Isaiah Selby, Zach's brother, got beat up by Elijah Price.
Yes, I was.
And are you also aware that the reason that Isaiah got beat up by Elijah Price was because what had happened to Timothy at the racetrack?
Yes.
As a witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
My name is Miss Clayton. You and I have never met before, correct? I want to take you back. You said that you started dating Tim probably 2020, maybe 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe y'all's relationship? Well, I'll ask you more specific. Did you know Tim to be a violent person,
No.
an aggressive person,
No.
a fighter?
Not at all.
These incidents that you've just been asked about today all happened within about 2 weeks of each other, is that right?
Yes.
Is that the first time in over a year of knowing Tim to have seen any behavior like that?
Yes.
You were asked about the car that are in those pictures. Have you seen other people driving that car as well?
No.
He's putting up 2 middle fingers in that picture, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a common thing for young people to do
Yes,
when
ma'am.
taking pictures?
No, you're doing great. Just make sure that she finishes talking before you begin, okay? You're doing great. Keep it up. All right. Ask your question again, please.
Okay. Is that a common thing for young people to do when taking pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you taken pictures with a middle finger up?
Yes, ma'am.
You were getting pretty emotional up there. Why?
I never really got the chance to talk about anything with the situation. Sorry.
Okay, take your time.
I was always like, in fear that I would affect his image negatively afterwards, so I was just very to myself. And this is the first time I'm talking about it in this courtroom.
When this all happened, did it become a lot and weigh on you all's relationship?
Yes, it did.
But Tim didn't treat you like an outcast, did he?
I would say once like rumors started getting out that I like probably had something to do with it, it was a little break in our relationship, but no,
You're not scared of Tim, are you?
no.
Do you believe Tim? You talked about the pistol whipping, and you saw the injuries to his head. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 5. Do you recognize what you're looking at here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does what you see in this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Tim's head after the pistol whipping?
Yes, it does.
Does it look to be distorted or changed in any way?
No, it doesn't.
Defense seek to admit it looks like.
Any objections to defense 5?
No objection.
Defense 5 is admitted.
Permission to publish by passing? Or
Yes.
Just holding, rather.
Yes, ma'am.
What is being depicted in this picture?
The injuries after the
What is the pistol with you?
hitting me in the head with a gun.
Do you know who pistol whipped him?
No.
Was it, did it have any?
Objection, she had said she does not know who pistol whipped.
I'll let you ask the question before the objection. What was your next question?
Although you don't know who actually pistol whipped him, did it have anything to do with Isaiah Selby?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You said you were friends with Isaiah Selby. Was it up until this racetrack situation? Or was it within those 2 weeks of all this stuff happening?
It was about within 2 weeks.
Okay. Were you friends with him on Instagram
Yes, and Snapchat.
and on Snapchat? What's Instagram?
A social media platform.
And what type of things, what do you do on Instagram? What type of things are you able to do on Instagram?
On Instagram, you can post a story, go live, like post, comment on posts.
Okay. And if you are friends with someone, I'm sorry, let me back up. Is Snapchat similar to what you can do on Instagram, you can also do on Snapchat?
Same thing, but you can't upload a post. It only stays up for 24 hours, and you can't comment on it.
Okay. If you are friends with someone on either of these platforms, are you able to see what they're posting?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know, like if you are my friend and Lisa's friend and Tim's friend, how do you know if the post that you're looking at is mine?
Your username and probably your profile picture.
Okay. And so you know your friends on the social media platforms by their usernames on that particular platform.
Yes.
I appreciate this.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. At around the time that you saw this, were you aware of who might have made that post?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Does this accurately reflect what you saw at the time, the first time you saw the post?
No,
Okay.
because of who posted it.
And I'm gonna count you.
Yep. I'm sorry, Miss Anderson. Please speak up, okay? I know you're talking to her, but we need to hear you back there so everyone can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
No, because this isn't the person I saw posted. I saw reposted off of Isaiah's page.
Okay. So what you're looking at, are you saying that's a repost?
Yes, it's a different account.
Okay. And what's a repost?
It's when you take somebody else's post and upload it on your own story.
Okay. And so this repost did you see the original post on Isaiah's page?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that original post being depicted here?
Yes, I did.
And does that original post accurately reflect what you saw when on Isaiah's page?
Yes.
Does it look to be changed or altered in any way?
No, it does not.
Do you recognize the individuals that are in that post?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize them as?
Isaiah Shelby and I think his name is Anthony. And
Sorry, what was I saying?
Anthony, or they nicknamed Ant.
Okay. And when this was, did you take this post to be in relation to what happened at racetrack?
Yes, I did.
What about it made you believe that this had something to do with racetrack? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, you can see it.
It says,
Judge, we're going to object to
Yep.
identifying or talking about an exhibit that's not been admitted for the jury yet.
Yeah. So,
Judge, I believe in accordance with your previous rulings and orders, we've requested hearing outside the jury's presence.
Let me see it real quick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take up a matter outside your presence briefly. So I'd ask you to retire to the jury room in the meantime.
All rise.
Miss Clayton, Mr. Welchel, can I see both of y'all real quick? Yeah, be on the record. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give from the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, have a seat right here. If you need to adjust that microphone to fit you better, please do. All right, as attorneys ask questions, sometimes you think they've asked their entire question and they keep talking because they're attorneys, right? So just make sure that they're done talking and asking their entire question before you answer so that y'all don't talk over each other, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then make sure that you talk as loud as you can to the back of the courtroom. Then make sure we hear you even though there's a microphone, and it helps slow you down so that we hear exactly what you have to say, okay? All right.
Just have 1 second look at this, counsel.
You may.
We should approach some.
You may. You need to be on the record. All right, this witness is sworn, and it's your witness when you're ready.
I want to make sure I spelled your name correctly because I've mispronounced everybody else's name. All right. You obviously work for Racetrack.
Yes, sir.
It's real clear that you have a tag on your shirt, right?
Yes.
What's your job at Racetrack?
Right now, I'm actually a GM of this location.
A general manager?
Yes, sir.
What location do you work at right now?
Right now, I work at the one off of Pioneer in Carter.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Where do you work at?
I work at the location of the Pioneer in Carter in Arlington.
In September 26th of 21, where did you work?
I worked at the location of the Debbie Lehman 360.
Now then, I'm going to talk to you about September 26th, so let me talk to you about October 6th first.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you see a lot of, I'm going to call it parents?
Yes, sir. A lot of the parents actually gathered at our location. A lot of them were scared because they couldn't hear from their children, so they were waiting. A lot of them were communicating through children that actually could contact their parents, so it was really emotional.
Objection here, sir, Your Honor. And speculation as to what these folks were doing, who they were talking to, what they were thinking, how they were feeling.
Okay. That's sustained currently. Yeah. Ask your question again, or a different way.
You said the parents appeared to be upset.
Yes, sir.
They appeared to be scared.
Yes, sir. I actually
Objection
talked to
leading.
Yeah, don't lead the witness. That's sustained.
How did they appear emotionally?
a lot of them are crying. I actually spoke to a couple of them.
You can't tell us what they said,
No, sir.
but was it both fathers and mothers?
Yes, fathers, mothers, and a couple of brothers and sisters.
About how many people were in the parking lot?
I would say almost every pump was full, and we actually have a side parking lot on the west side of the building, and it had 5 people.
How long were they there?
Hours.
Back up. I want to direct your attention to September 26th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think it's going to be toward the evening. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
I'm saying September 26th. I apologize if I said October. Talking about September 26th.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is your store set up with a security system?
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I approach the witness again?
You may.
Was there a shooting at your store?
Yes, sir. Was.
Were you there?
No, I was not.
Did you have to show up?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how you got notified about the shooting.
Actually, one of my associates contacted me and let me know that a shooting had happened in the parking lot, and officers was there and needed my assistance to view the camera footage.
And you helped them with that.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what we've marked for identification as 155. This is the footage from the store when the shooting occurred.
Yes, sir.
And obviously the camera equipment is capable of making accurate reporting,
Yes, sir.
and it did on this occasion.
Yes, sir.
And the events that picked on here are how they occur.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we're going to offer stage 155.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. I thought you said 1 through 5. What are they labeled?
155.
Okay.
I apologize if I spoke too fast.
Then 155 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Terry, what time of day are we talking about?
Of which accident?
The 26th September.
It's going to be at nighttime. I want to say 9, 8 to 10.
You're going to want the lights dimmed?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Okay.
Terry, can you tell us what we're looking at?
You are looking at the west side of the building, pumps 1, 2, 3, 4 through pump 12.
And for the jury's benefit, the area that we're going to be talking about is right here, is that correct?
Yes, pumps 2 and 5.
It's going to involve this car, and in a few minutes we'll see what's going to be a great charger pull up going over here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
pause it. This is the second vehicle we were discussing.
Yes, sir.
This location, we've seen cars coming in and through. It looks like you do have cars actually in the parking lot as well. I think right now we see at least 3 cars at pumps, maybe 4. Is it a fairly busy area?
Yes, sir, back then it was a very busy store back then.
And for purpose of the record, we saw an individual, the jury's benefit as well, we saw an individual get out of the car that was previously parked, walk over to the Charger and get in.
Yes, sir.
And the jury's benefit as well. We now see, do we see someone else getting out of the Charger and walking away?
Yes, sir.
Now for the jury's benefit, it certainly appears to be the same person, but we see someone get out of a Charger and go back into that first vehicle.
Yes, sir.
What did we just see?
A gentleman getting out of the car on pump 5 and shooting at the vehicle from pump 2.
You're aware of police collected shell casings from right in this area.
Yes, sir.
And the first vehicle exits to the left part of the screen. What is over here?
That's the side parking lot, but there's also an exit on that side of the building.
What's next to you?
There was nothing at the time. It was an open field.
What was on the other side of the field?
It's the power lines that go across and then a road on the other side of that.
And we see that Charger looks like it appears to go exit the same way that the first vehicle did.
Yes, sir.
Jada, we turn lights back on. How many employees did you have at the store?
2, I want to say.
What was their demeanor like when you got there?
They were both shaken up. One was actually out in the parking lot. He had just finished doing outside trash.
What do you mean by shaking up?
Very scared. When they called me, they were very shaken up and scared, and they didn't know how to react to the situation or handle the situation.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
In watching this video, you mentioned one of your employees was out here. They weren't in this area, were they?
No, ma'am.
All right. How big is that open field? It's pretty large, isn't it?
I would say so, yes.
It actually spans probably about a quarter mile or more in that direction.
I'm not for sure how far to the next road, how far that actually.
But there's no type of developments or anything like that, right?
At this time, yes. At that time, no.
We also don't see any cars coming this direction at the time these two cars leave the pumps. Is that right?
No.
So it's fair to say there was nobody over here but the individuals that were involved in these two pumps. Is that right?
On this camera footage, you cannot tell that.
You have no idea what happened when the individual got out of the car on the furthest pump and got into the car on this inside pump. Is that right?
No, ma'am, I cannot tell you what was happening.
That's it.
Okay.
One question, Judge, if I may.
You may.
We know what happened when the driver of the Charger got out.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Shot at the other vehicle.
Ask the witness.
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released.
And that should be released so she can go back to work.
No objection.
All right, ma'am. You may be released from your subpoena. Thank you for your testimony. Have you been able to hear? All right, very good. All right, please call your next witness.
Statement called Officer Bartnicki.
Bartnicki?
If I pronounced it correctly.
I have no idea.
Thanks to us.
Floyd, do you have the original warrant 50732?
Just my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can sit down. All right. Make sure when you answer questions, you wait and listen to the entirety of the attorney's questions. Sometimes they keep talking before they finish their question. And also make sure you answer loudly so that we can hear you in the back of the room, okay?
Yes.
Very good. All right, state your witness.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them how you're employed?
I'm Corporal Bartnicki with the Arlington Police Department. I'm employed as a police officer on routine patrol and that is a training officer.
All right, if you're going to talk that direction, can you move the microphone to that side of you and point it towards you? Thank you.
You responded to the racetrack on September 26th of 22. Is that correct?
Is it
21.
2021, yes.
21. You responded to a shooting call, is that right?
Yes.
When you got there, what did you see?
When I arrived there, we were there for a shooting call, and I immediately saw shell casings around pump 1 and 2.
Did you collect them?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show what we marked. I'm going to do this in a batch. First of all, how many shell casings did you pick up?
8.
I'm gonna show you states 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. Do you recognize these?
I do.
These are the envelopes that you put the shell cases into.
Yes.
So in stage 29, A would be that shell casing, the shell casing that you picked up.
Yes, that's correct.
And so if we did 30A, it'd be the shell casing you picked up that corresponds to stage 30, all right?
Yes.
31A, same thing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So 32A would be the shell casing corresponding to stage 32, 33A would be the shell casing for stage 33, stage 34A would be shell casing for stage 34, and stage 35A would be the shell casing for stage 35, stage 36A would be shell casing for stage 36.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Judge, we will offer states 29A for all purposes, state 29 for the record only, 30A for all purposes, 30 for the record only, 31A for all purposes, 31 for the record only, 32A for all purposes, 32 for the record only, 33A for all purposes, 33 for the record only, 34A for all purposes, 34 for the record only, 35A all purposes, 35 for the record only, 36A for all purposes, and 36 for the record only.
All right, will admit 29, 30, oh, sorry, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 for the record only. Are there any objections for the others?
No objection.
All right, hearing no objection, I'll admit 29A, 30A, 31A, 32A, 33A, and 34, 35, and 36A for all purposes. And give us just a second. You good? All right, you may proceed.
How many shell casings total?
8.
And for the jury's benefit, can you look at the shell casing and tell what caliber they are?
Yes.
So if we look at 29A, what would the caliber be?
The caliber would be on the back here, I'd say 9mm.
So on the back it says what caliber?
9mm.
That's different than a 45.
Yes.
And you shoot 9mm ammo through a 45 caliber gun. What's the question?
No.
They don't fit.
Correct.
9mm is too small to fit into a 45.
Correct.
45 is too big to fit into a 9mm.
Correct.
Obviously, to have spent shell casings, and we know they're spent because received an intention to commit crime, right?
Yes.
That means they were fired, not just thrown on the ground, right? Correct?
Correct, yes.
Gun, well, first of all, it takes a firearm to shoot this ammo.
Yes.
Objection, leading questions, Your Honor.
I can rephrase.
Sustained. Please don't lead the witness.
Does it take a firearm to shoot this ammo?
Yes.
This firearm capable of causing death?
Yes.
Leading.
That's overruled.
I'm trying to hear your answer.
Yes.
I pass witness.
Cross-examination.
What's your last name?
I'm sorry?
Pronounce your last name.
Bartnicki.
So you received this call, who was your officer? Were you shadowing somebody, or was your recruit, or recently, when you say trainer?
No, I did not have a recruit with me. I was the backup on this particular call.
And with respect to, you collected the spent casings, do you have any recollection of an aggravated robbery occurring shortly before?
An aggravated robbery.
Occurring in that parking lot before you arrived?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Are you aware of,
I'm sorry. I was dispatched to a shooting there, but as far as it being a robbery, I wasn't aware of that.
with respect to this particular cause number, it was closed. Are you aware of that? With no charges on anyone?
I wasn't aware of it now.
And are you aware of what the statute of limitations is on aggravated robbery?
So don't object to relevance.
It's relevance to the statute of limitations.
If, I'll rephrase it, if a suspect is identified as being the person that committed this aggravated robbery, pistol whipping somebody, detectives have the capability of going and filing charges on that person, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to the west of the racetrack, back on September 26th of 2021, that was an open field, correct?
Yes, I know there's apartments there now. I don't know exactly when they started to build those apartments.
But the apartments were not there on September 26th, 2021.
I can't testify to whether they were there or not.
What's that question?
If I may, Judge.
You may.
Corporal, how long have you been a police officer?
13 years at the end of this month.
Defense counsel asked you questions about responding to a call of an aggravated robbery. Recall that question?
I did.
That would mean someone would have to call in if they were robbed.
Yes.
Do drug dealers that get robbed often call the police and say, hey, I just got robbed and I dumped in my money?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Don't lead the witness.
Sure. In your experience, do drug dealers call the police to say they've been robbed of my dope and my money?
No.
Why not?
High risk activity that they do not want to be associated with.
They have to admit to a crime to say they were a victim of that crime.
That's correct.
And if someone was pistol whipped or assaulted in the course of that, they'd have to explain what happened and what they were doing.
Yes.
Were you aware of a call of someone saying, hey, I was dealing drugs and I got pistol whipped and they took my dope and my money?
No.
Pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Do people that rob people call in and say, hey, I just robbed somebody and they shot at me?
No.
What other question?
No more questions, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
And I see be excused.
Yes, sir.
All right. You can be released from your subpoena. Thank you for your testimony. All right. State, please call your next witness.
They would call Detective Holloway.
Detective Holloway. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give and the cause now in trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right. Can I have a seat up here? Adjust that microphone where you'd like to talk. All right. State your witness.
Detective, can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them how you're employed?
Yes, I'm Detective Jeff Holloway with the Arlington Police Department. I'm employed as a geographic detective on the west side of Arlington.
So what does that mean?
Basically, I'm assigned a beat, and I handle any calls that aren't. I investigate any calls that aren't assigned to specialized units. I've been in that position for only a year.
How long have you been a police officer?
21 years.
How long have you been a detective?
9 years.
On October the 6th of 21, I think that was a busy day for Arlington Police Department.
Yes, it was.
Kind of all hands on deck.
Yes, sir.
Multiple detectives went to different locations to do different things.
Yes.
Did you assist in the search or collection or identification of evidence from 642 Harris Ridge Drive in Arlington on October the 6th?
Yes, I did.
Was Officer or Detective Youngblood there with you as well?
Yes, he was.
And was that search done pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, it was.
Whose house was that?
From my knowledge, it was the grandmother, I believe, of Timothy Simpkins.
Did y'all end up searching his room?
We searched several rooms in that residence.
One of them being his.
Yes, I presume it to be.
How do you know it believed to be his?
There was a class schedule from Timberview High School with the name Timothy Simpkins on top of the class schedule.
Okay. That's enough.
Okay.
You found his class schedule there.
Yes.
Found other things that indicated to you that that was his room.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you what we've marked for identification purposes, states 17. First of all, do you recognize state 17?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has Josh Youngblood's initials on there, his ID number, and also has a evidence tag.
These items were collected on October the 6th from that bedroom we just discussed.
Yes, sir.
State 17A and state 17B were these two items that were collected from that bedroom.
Yes, they were.
I'm showing you state 16. Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing you now state 16A. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, I do.
Showing you states 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
That's the packaging associated with states 15A.
Yes.
And you recognize that as well.
Yes, I do.
States 16A and 15A correspond with states 17B and 17A. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Change states 14. You recognize that?
Yes.
That's the packaging for 14A. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And this was, all these items were collected from the bedroom we just discussed.
Yes, they were.
Do you recall where in the bedroom they were found?
I don't recall. I know some of the rounds, this is live ammunition, some 45 caliber,
Your
some.
Honor, I would object to testifying as to what it is because it hasn't been offered and or admitted.
Judge, at this
And
time,
defense would have questions also as to his actual personal knowledge since there's another officer he's indicated Youngblood as being the signatories on
Okay,
this.
Bob, I'll answer the first question. I'll sustain the objection to speaking about the evidence before it's admitted.
Judge, at this time, the state will offer state 17 for record only, state 17A and 17B for all purposes, states 16 for the record only, 16A for all purposes, states 15 for the record only, 15A for all purposes, and states 14 for the record only, and 14A for all purposes.
Okay, I will admit 17 and 17A, 16, 15, and 14 for the record, and await objections, if any, to 14A, 15, 16, and 16A and 17B.
May I ask the witness a few questions, Your Honor?
Concerning the admissibility of the evidence,
Yes, Your Honor.
you may.
Detective Holloway, you mentioned Officer or Detective Youngblood, do you recall that?
Yes.
In what manner did you mention his name? Just now in testimony.
Excuse me?
Why did you mention Youngblood?
Because he was with me at the time. He was one of the people that was with me at the time, and his initials were on the packaging when we put the evidence in.
Okay. Did you initial the packaging?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did he or you collect items?
Both collected the items.
Your Honor, we would object to the admissibility of this through this particular witness, as he's not the one who put them in, initialed them, for the authenticity of them.
All right, that's overruled. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The 14A, 15A, 16A, and 16B are admitted. Ready, Terry? 17B. Okay, you ready? Go ahead.
Permission to publish.
You may.
I'm looking at 17A and 17B.
Yes.
What are those?
Those are Glock magazines for a Glock handgun.
Hold on, let me back up. You offered 17A for all purposes as well?
17A, 17B for all purposes, 17 for the record only.
Okay. I had 17A as packaging. Any separate objections to 17A or same objection to 17A?
Same objection.
Okay. That being overruled, 17A is admitted. You may proceed.
17A and 17B are magazines.
Yes.
So you know a Glock handgun.
Yes, they do.
You know that because it says Glock on the bottom.
Yes.
Can you tell us what caliber bullet goes into these?
45 caliber.
You know that because it says it on the back.
Yes, sir.
Can you also tell us the capacity for these magazines?
There's a number at the bottom. It's 10. One is, I believe, one's 10, and the other one is 12.
So if you look at 16A and 15A, these are the ammo that came out of those two magazines.
Yes, both those magazines were loaded when we collected them at the scene.
If we counted 10 and 12, we could tell you which one went where.
Yes.
A, packaging and even more ammo.
Yes.
What caliber?
I believe that's 45 also.
Did you find a 9mm handgun?
No, we did not.
Did you find 9mm ammo?
Found various rounds of ammo that were collected in a room in other parts of the house.
But not from this bedroom?
No.
I'm going to show you what we've marked for identification purposes, States 13. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
Was that also collected from the bedroom?
It was.
Same or similar condition as the day you collected it?
Well, it was in a glass jar when we collected it, a small glass jar.
Y'all didn't put it back in the same jar, y'all put it?
Yeah, we have to package separately.
And that's what y'all did on this occasion?
Yes, we did.
Minus the glass jar that you found it in, the contents of that glass jar, as we see them in States 13, is in the same or similar condition as the day you collected it?
That's correct.
We're offering States 13.
No objection.
States 13 is admitted.
What is States 13?
That's marijuana.
Having this in a glass jar as compared to as what we see in States 22 is vastly different.
Yes.
What's the difference between having marijuana in a glass jar and what we see in States 13 versus how we see it in States 22?
Well, one is just loosely it's marijuana on its own, just loose marijuana. The other is individually packaged marijuana.
Why would anybody have individually packaged marijuana?
It could be a variety of reasons.
Well, that's it.
I mean, it could be to sell. It could also be personal use. I've seen it both ways.
Do you think 622 is for personal use?
Objection, speculation.
I can rephrase, Judge.
Sustained.
Based on your training experience as a 22, 21-year detective, do you think that's personal use?
No.
Objection, speculation. Also, the witness already testified that he's the one that said it could be for special use.
All right, so we'll-
Personal use, excuse me.
I understand.
What was your answer, Detective?
Ask the question. I'm
All
sorry.
right, hold on just a minute. The objection was overruled. Go ahead.
It states 22, based on your opinion, your experience and training as a seasoned veteran detective, is that for personal use?
No, it's not.
Why did you say that?
Why didn't I say that?
Why do you say that?
Because it's individually packaged, and in my 21 years, usually when we investigate or come upon subjects that have this, they are selling marijuana.
By the number of individual packages contained that.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, you just testified, when you were able to give your own testimony, that you've seen individual packages for sale and for personal use. You gave that testimony, right?
Yes.
So why are you insinuating just for this particular case that this was for
Just
sale?
by the number.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
You need to wait till she finishes her question. Please ask your question, Ms. Clayton.
So why is personal use not available to this particular case?
By the sheer number of individual packages.
How many is it?
In my personal experience as a police officer, 2 or 3 could be considered personal use. More than that, I usually don't see that from being personal use, or I've never investigated that as personal use marijuana.
Have you had those substances tested?
I'm not in charge of testing those substances. Our narcotics unit is. We submit those to be tested.
Did you submit those to be tested?
I believe Detective Youngblood submitted those to be tested.
Did you receive testing results?
I did not personally receive testing results, no.
Did you find anything individualized in the room that you searched at 642, the address that you talked about searching?
No.
You didn't find no individual packaging?
No, just the glass jar marijuana.
Did you search the entirety of that home?
We did.
Did you find other weapons and ammo?
Yes, we did.
Is it unusual for homeowners and specifically individuals who have been service members to own and possess multiple firearms and or ammunition?
That's not unusual.
Was there any indication of what you found having been used?
As far as,
Used. Was any of what you found in the home used? The
are you
firearms?
talking about the ammunition?
Yes.
No, it was all live ammunition.
You wouldn't expect to search a home, find guns, and not find ammunition. Is that right?
I don't believe I searched the home, found a weapon without ammunition somewhere in the home.
Because what good would it be if you didn't have the ammunition to go with it?
You could say that.
Why do homeowners have guns?
For a variety of reasons.
What are those variety of reasons?
Some are for personal use, recreation, self-defense, collectors, things like that.
That's not unusual.
No,
There's nothing wrong with that.
no.
That's the witness.
Redirect?
Yes, sir, if I may. I'm sorry to think that, based on the defense counsel's line of questioning, was this the defendant's house? Did he own this?
No, the defendant did not own the house.
Okay. So he's not the homeowner?
No.
Defense counsel asked you questions about someone who's a service member, who served in the military, or even just being a homeowner in the state of Texas. There's nothing unusual about them having weapons or ammo.
Correct.
Do they typically keep those weapons and that ammo in their children's room?
No.
Why not?
Well, most homeowners don't want their children or guests to have access to weapons or ammunition.
Defense counsel asked you, did you have the marijuana tested? Because in your opinion, it's marijuana.
Yes.
I guess she's alluding to the fact that maybe it's not marijuana.
Yes.
What happens to drug dealers when they sell drugs? It's not the drugs you're trying to sell.
A variety of things. Usually, they can get beat up, assaulted, threatened, harassed.
Customers come back upset.
Yes.
They want refunds,
Correct.
either in cash or in,
Objection leading.
I can rephrase.
Yep, sustained.
Do they want refunds in a variety of ways?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I'll show you something. Just take a moment to look at it.
Okay.
Defense counsel asked you, had you received the lab results? And you said you had not.
Right.
You've had occasion to review a document, right?
Yes.
That appear to be the lab results that were received back from Detective Youngblood.
Yes.
Does your opinion change as to what the substances are that you got at the defendant's house?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to him being able to having reviewed what may purport to be lab testing that he has testified that he himself didn't submit. He didn't review it. He can't authenticate these results. He doesn't know who the actual lab that tested these results. We would object to him being able to give testimony as to the results themselves.
All right. I believe the question does not ask for him to give the results. He asked him if it changes his mind with his to belief, but I'll sustain the objection. Please move on.
I pass the witness.
Okay. Recross?
Sure. How old must a person be to own or possess a firearm and/or ammunition?
Right now, 21.
You're not aware that the law is for the age of 18?
I believe it changed to 21 recently. Maybe in 2021 it was 18.
So you're not aware then?
No.
Pass the witness.
Redirect?
Briefly. Defense counsel asked you that the law would have been, the defendant had to be 18 to be able to possess ammo or firearm.
Yes.
What's the date of birth?
I don't know Mr. Simpkins' date of birth.
A second, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to show you what was admitted to evidence that states 4A. You see a driver's license in there?
I do.
Who's that driver's license for?
Timothy George Simpkins,
What's his date of birth?
9/27/2003.
So at the time of the offense on October 6th, he had just turned 18.
Correct.
So if the testimony was Looking at states 158, that this was taken in June of 21, and that's a firearm, and the door panel, he wasn't 18.
That's correct. He would be 17 in June.
So cannot legally possess a firearm.
Correct.
In June would have been 4 months for the shooting at Timberview High School.
Yes.
And he wasn't 18 when he did the shooting at the racetrack,
And that date on the racetrack was?
September 26th.
That's correct.
I passed the witness.
All right. Recross?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused?
I'd ask you to be excused.
No objection.
All right. You may be released from your subpoena. Thank you for your testimony. All right. State, please call your next witness.
Judge, pursuant to your request, in order, to be the hearing outside the jury's presence.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have an issue heard outside your presence. I'll ask you to return to the jury room briefly. Thank you.
All rise.
economic crime and digital forensics unit.
We're not here to talk about economic crimes, though, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. But you do digital forensics, what does that mean?
Anybody that, digital evidence is cell phones, computers, SD cards, USB drives, anything that holds digital media.
For our purposes, you did what we refer to as a cell phone dump.
That is correct.
Can you briefly tell us what it means to do a cell phone dump?
Sure. They'll bring me a cell phone. I will hook it up to some of our forensic software and hardware, and we'll extract all the data that we can from the cell phone, and then take that data and use another piece of software to analyze it and actually see the data itself.
In layman's terms, you can literally pull the text messages off the phone.
Correct.
You can pull a person's internet searches off the phone.
Correct.
And those are the things that you did in this case.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what we've entered into evidence in States 4A, the red cell phone that was recovered from the high school that has the defendant's ID with it. Did you do a cell phone dump on that phone?
I did.
And you did pursuant to a search warrant?
Correct.
When you do a cell phone dump, you don't and cannot manipulate any of the information that you're getting. You literally are just pulling that information off the phone.
That's correct. I can't alter the data.
I'm going to show you what we mark for identification purposes as States 163. Is that a series of text messages from September the 26th of 21?
It starts on the 26th and proceeds forward, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 162. Is that a listing of internet searches beginning, what's the date that begins? 26?
The first internet search shows to be September 27th, 2021.
What's the last one?
The last one is September 30th of 2021.
Judge Whittaker going to offer States 162 and 163.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Same objections previously discussed.
Okay. Yeah, the objection is outside the allowable scope of the warrant and PC.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's overruled. Well, let me see. That's overruled. I'll admit States Exhibit 162 and 163.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm going to use the screen in a second, but before we begin, as we look at these text messages in 163, if it's green, that's the owner of the phone writing.
That's correct.
If it's blue, that's a message he's receiving.
That's correct.
Judge, may I have the lights dim?
You may. Deputy. Thank you, sir.
Detective, you're looking at states 163, page 1.
Sorry, your name here,
You may. Okay. You may publish with regards to the court's ruling on
163.
163.
May I have the light stem, Judge?
I'm sorry.
May I have the light stem?
Yes, I got you.
Detective, can you see this?
I can.
Okay, I'm showing you states 163. I'm looking at this is a text message.
That's correct.
It says from, right? It has a phone number in here, and it says owner.
That's correct.
That's the phone number to that red phone in States Exhibit 4A. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it says, like any text message, who you're sending it to, right?
Correct.
Okay. Send it to someone named Ronald,
Correct.
and then it looks like to a D. Taylor.
That is correct.
All right. What's the message?
The message states, room Nig robbed me too.
What's the date and time?
It is September 26, 2021 at 9:59 p.m.
Now it says UTC.
UTC -5 means that it was in local time where the device was when the message was sent. In this case, Central Time.
I'm going to show you page 2. Again, this is a message in green, so I mean that's the owner sending this message out.
That is correct.
And so if it's been identified that phone belongs to the defendant, this is him sending that message.
That's correct.
Okay, so what's the message he sends?
It says, I shot that bitch up.
What's the date and time of that message?
It was delivered September 26, 2021 at 9:51:10 p.m.
Show you page 3. Now, since it's in blue, that tells us this is a message to the defendant.
That is correct.
It's from Rommel, the person he's having this phone conversation with.
That's correct.
Text conversation.
Conversation.
What's the response back from Rommel?
His response says, damn WTM.
What does WTM mean? What's the matter? Does that sound familiar?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the date and time?
The owner of the phone read it on September 26, 2021 at 9:53:37 p.m.
Show you page 4. What's his message that the defendant sends out?
It says, you get him.
Date and time?
September 26, 2021 at 9:53:45 p.m.
What's the next message he sends out?
That's his boy. It's on site.
Now, this is part of the same conversation.
I believe so, yes.
And it's to Rommel. Date and time is right after each other.
Correct.
The next message is from Rommel.
Correct.
The previous message was sent out at
What was
10:03 p.m. at 9:26.
That's the time it was delivered, yes, sir.
Delivered. The next message from Rommel was read on 9:26 at 10:04 p.m.
Correct.
What does Rommel say?
It says, fuck, we gotta talk.
Next message from the defendant to Rommel. That message was read at 10:04:16.
Correct.
The next message from the defendant was delivered 9:26, 10:04:31.
Correct.
Almost immediately.
Yes, sir.
Rommel says we need to talk. What's the defendant's response to that?
He says, nah, fuck that. Talking shit, I'm gonna kill them both.
The next message that is sent to Rommel, or the same conversation, when was it delivered?
I don't know, but it was sent at 9/27/21 at 4:52 p.m.
So the next day.
Correct.
What does the defendant say?
It says, nigga ain't know who hit his ass.
Next message from the defendant to Rommel says what?
Don't shoot at school unless they do something first.
What's the date and time on that?
That was sent at September 28, 2021 at 8:46:01 a.m.
Rommel sends a message that's read on what day and time?
8/26/2021 at 11:02:10 a.m.
Approximately 3 hours later.
Yes, sir.
What does Rommel say?
It says, main, fuck all this, who we playing on next? Main, fuck all this, who we playing on next? The plotting on me, so come on.
And we have a reply from the defendant to Rommel.
Correct.
And when is that sent?
September 28, 2021 at 11:34:47 a.m.
About 33 minutes or so after that message.
Yes, sir.
The previous message from Rommel.
Correct.
And what does the defendant say?
It says, they not gonna move, smart, trust me on sight, knock them off.
We have another message from the defendant to Rommel. Now we have a message to Eli in there as well.
Yes.
What's the message the defendant sends to Rommel and to Eli?
Get them before they get us.
And when was that sent?
September 28, 2021 at 11:34:55 a.m.
Next message is from the defendant again to Rommel and to Eli.
Correct.
And when is that sent?
September 28, 2021 at 11:35:52 a.m.
Almost immediately after sending the previous message.
Yes, sir.
And what does he say there?
We got to shoot first. Let them niggas know.
Next message is from the defendant again to Rommel and to Eli.
Correct.
What's the date and time on that one?
September 28, 2021 at 11:38:10 a.m.
Shortly after the previous message.
Yes, sir.
And what does he say here?
He says, fuck that, fight school straight, slaying iron.
Another way to read that is, I'm not going to fight, I'm just going to shoot.
Objection leading.
I can rephrase.
It's sustained.
Can that be read as, I'm not going to fight, I'm
Objection
going to shoot?
leading. It calls for speculation. He's reinserting his answer into the question, but he's also asking him to speculate as to what this means. If he wants to ask him, what does it mean? If he knows what that means.
All right, that'll be sustained.
How would you read it?
Based on the phone conversations I've read for numerous reports I've done, it sounds like he's saying he doesn't want to fight, that they're going to shoot slaying iron, meaning they're going to bring guns.
Just have the lights back on for a moment. You also pulled some internet searches off, is that right?
Correct.
And that's what we see in states 162.
Yes.
Okay. Just permission to publish using the board?
You may.
I apologize again, but may I have the lights off?
You may.
I'm now showing you states 162. Cellbrite's the system that is used to help dump the phone.
Correct. That's the manufacturer of the software and hardware.
Okay. So when we see Cellbrite in this report of internet searches, that's the name of the system.
Yeah, it's just on the report that we generate, they put their name on it.
They want everybody to know who they are.
Correct.
Just one second. All right, take it. I'm going to, item number 1, the date on that is 9/30.
Correct.
I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. Item number 68 is dated 9/27.
That's correct.
Okay. The text messages that we just talked about, the last ones are 9/27 and 9/28.
I believe so.
Okay. And, for example, item number 68, the date and time is what?
September 27th, 2021 at 5:36 p.m. local time.
So if we then go back to item number 163, on 9/26, there's a text message from the defendant saying kill them both.
Correct.
If we look at 162, the day after that text message is sent, what is the search for?
The search was for an extendo clip 45.
That's item number 68, 67, 66, 65, 64. Then we look at item number 63, what's the search for?
It's for an extendo clip 45 block.
Item number 62 is the same thing. Now then, we get to item number 61. What's the search for and what's the date and time?
The date is September 28th, 2021 at 8:56:26 a.m. and the search was for Shootout Mansfield.
Again, item number 60, same search. 59, the same search. 58, 57. Now then, we get to item number 56. What is the search?
The search says Shootout Mansfield, September 26th, Fox News.
As it relates to this case, are you aware of anything that happened on September 26th of 21?
I am.
What is that?
I believe there was a shooting at a racetrack on the border of Arlington and Mansfield.
We look at item 55, same search. 54, just shootout at Mansfield. 53, 52, 51, 50. Now then, we look at item number 49. What's the search and what's the date and time?
The date is September 28th, 2021 at 8:58:10 a.m. and the search is shooting in Arlington, Texas today.
48, shooting in Arlington, I'll presume AR is Arlington, Texas, but today is dropped.
Correct.
47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42. All right. All all those previous numbers, basic same search.
Yes, sir.
Now we get to item number 41. What's the search for?
It says shooting in Arlington, TX, September 26th, 2021.
What's the date and time the search was done?
September 28th, 2021 at 8:58:59 a.m.
Same search for item number 40, 39, 38. Now then, we look at item number 37. What's the search and what's the date and time?
The date time is September 28th, 2021 at 9 o'clock a.m. The search was shootout at Racetrack, Arlington, Texas.
We go back and look at item number 163. At 8:46 a.m. on the 28th of September, what does the defendant say to do?
Don't shoot at SCU unless they do something first.
That's at 8:46. In the search, looking for the racetrack and Arlington shootout, was at 9 o'clock.
Correct.
Item number 36, again, the shootout at the racetrack. 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29. All those we're looking at the shooting at the racetrack.
Correct.
Item 28 is looking for shooting today in Mansfield.
Correct.
All right. We look at item number 25. What is the search and what's the date and time?
The date and time is September 28th, 2021 at 9:14:28 a.m. And the search was for shooting at Arlington, TX. No arrest has been made.
At that time, had there arrest been made in reference to the shooting that had taken place at the racetrack?
Not to my knowledge.
24, 23, all basically the same search.
Yes, sir.
Then we get to item number 22. What's the search and what's the date and time?
Date and time is September 28th, 2021 at 9:53:34, searching for racetrack shooting.
21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. All right. All the same search, shooting at racetrack.
Correct.
For whatever reason, search on number 13 is what?
Where is Arlington, Texas?
Number 12, we go back to looking for the shooting.
Correct.
At the racetrack.
Correct.
Same thing for number 10. Number 8. 6. Now then, number 5, what's the search and what's the date and time?
Date time is September 28th, 2021 at 9:54:21 p.m. And the search is Arlington, Texas, Fox News shooting at gas station.
Number 4 is the same search. Number 3 is the same search. Right?
Correct.
Now then, that's it. September the 28th, shortly before 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock p.m.
Three.
Correct.
If we go back and look at the text messages, a little over an hour and a half later, the text message to Rommel to Eli on September the 28th at 11:34 a.m. is what?
Can you go back one screen?
Go here? Or
Well,
anyway,
the date time was 11:34 a.m. I believe the other one was p.m.
Oh, you're right, I apologize. So this search is 12 hours later. This is the message in the warning.
Correct.
What's the message in that warning?
They not gone, move smart, trust me on site, knock them off.
Going back to the search, internet search, looking at item 162. What is that search and what's the date and time?
The date and time is September 30th, 2021 at 9:24:30 a.m. The search says, if you at school and someone tries to fight you and you shoot them, how much time will you get?
What happened 6 days later?
There was a shooting at Timberview High School.
And item number 1, what's the search?
The search is, if you shoot at school and someone tries to fight you and you shoot them, how much time will you girt?
Same date, same time. 2 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
Do you happen to know what answer he found?
I did not follow the link to see what he read.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So you were aware or did some investigation regarding an incident that occurred at Racetrack on September 26th?
No, ma'am. I had no.
I'm sorry, one at a time.
No, ma'am. I had no involvement in the racetrack shooting investigation.
What was your testimony here today about Racetrack on September 26, 2021?
Strictly what I located on the cell phone.
And was that first message regarding he robbed me in relation to what you believe to have occurred at Racetrack?
I believe so.
Do you know who he's talking about?
No.
Would you be upset if somebody robbed you?
Yes, I would.
Through your investigation, did you learn that a pistol whipping also occurred at the racetrack?
Not to my knowledge.
Does a pistol whipping require a gun?
By definition, I would say yes.
So if someone robbed you with a gun and pistol whipped you, would you want to protect yourself also with a gun?
Yes, I would.
There was a message about we gotta shoot first. Is there any indication through your investigation that Tim just went up to anybody and just shot them first?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all these searches, it seems like you're searching the same thing over and over again. But when a person is on their phone and they do a search, Are you aware that sometimes it predicts what you might be trying to search?
Yes.
Okay. And if a person just clicks one of those predictive questions, would that show up as an actual search?
Yes.
And so some of those searches said something like shooting today, right?
Correct.
Could that have been, if I started typing something and then it predicted it tacked on that today, could that have happened? And then I clicked that one?
It could have, yes.
It's not necessarily what the person was trying to search. That wouldn't be necessarily what the person was trying to search.
I just know what they searched.
Then there was a number that was kind of going back and forth. It was saying one thing and then another and back to the same thing. Could that happen if I searched something on my phone and I clicked on an article or something and I pressed the back arrow? Would it go back to what that search was before?
It wouldn't show up as another search.
Okay. And similarly, if I pressed the forward arrow and it went to whatever I clicked on, you're saying that wouldn't show up as a search either?
For it to show up as a search, you would have to go back to the search screen and hit the send button again. If you just went back and viewed the prior screen, it would not show up as another search.
How would that show up?
It would just show up as a web history.
I'm sorry?
It would show up in the web history of the phone.
The search that's right here, would you expect a person who's scared that they may get attacked would look for ways to defend themselves?
Objection, that's just speculation, seems facts not evidence.
What was your question?
Let me see if I can get back to it. The last search that's shown up here on the screen, if a person is scared that someone may be coming back to attack them, would you expect them to look for ways to defend themselves?
And the objection was to speculation.
Speculation seems facts not evidence.
That's what this whole case is about.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's what this whole case is
All right,
about.
hold on.
I'll take this out of our comment by defense counsel.
It's all right. So I'll sustain the objection as to speculation.
These messages and these searches are all inclusive from September 26th through September 30th, right?
I believe those are the dates.
Do you find some more messages similar to this or searches similar to this on Mr. Simpkins' phone?
I don't recall outside the purview of those dates.
Were you aware that Mr. Simpkins had a class with someone that may have been connected in some kind of way to this racetrack?
I was not aware of that.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Redirect.
If I may, Judge. Defense counsel asked you a question about predictive searches.
Yes.
All right. Is it,
Let's go ahead and pick up that phone.
searches we saw in here about September the 26th of 2021, is that a predictive search, or is that something that sounds very particular that you're looking for?
It sounds very specific.
Looking for a shootout, a shooting or shootout at the racetrack. Does that sound, in Arlington, Texas, does that sound like a predictive search or something very specific?
Something specific.
All right. Defense counsel asked you about someone wanting to protect themselves, getting a gun to protect themselves. Recall that?
Yes.
If you were a victim of robbery, you might want to get a gun to protect yourself. Recall that question?
Yes.
And going through these text messages, does it sound like he's wanting to protect himself or he's wanting to shoot somebody?
It does not sound like he wants to protect himself.
Those- If you're looking at this particular text message, what's it say he wants to do?
Says, we gotta shoot first, let them niggas know.
Sounds like retaliation.
Yes.
The message right before that is what?
Get them before they get us.
The message before that,
They not gonna move smart, trust me, on sight, knock them off.
and even looking at 928, don't shoot at school unless they do something first.
Correct.
And 2 days later, he's looking up how much time he's going to get.
That's correct.
Past witness.
Recross.
Yes, Your Honor. Did your investigation lead you to believe that any of what was talked about in those text messages actually happened?
I'm sorry, specifically to what?
You just went through a number of text messages.
Yes.
Get them before they get us. Something on site. The rest of what the messages said.
As far as I know, no.
Pass them.
So what happened on October the 6th?
There was a school shooting at Timberview High School.
So I guess it did happen.
There was a shooting, yes, sir.
I pass the witness.
Recross.
Nothing further.
All right. May this witness be excused?
I'd ask that he be excused.
All right. Any objection?
No.
All right. You may be released from your subpoena. Thank you for your testimony.
My next witness is short.
Okay. All right. Call your next witness.
State we call Detective Wheatley.
Detective who?
Wheatley.
Okay. Have you been sworn in this case?
Yes, sir. First name, testify.
Okay. Then I'll remind you that you've been sworn to tell the truth in this case, and that still applies to this testimony today, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your witness.
My first witness, Judge.
You may.
When you testified earlier, we discussed the video of down the hallway when the shooting occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And the jury's already seen, but there was also a video from inside the stairwell itself showing Zach as he enters the stairwell, actually before he enters the stairwell, but as he enters the stairwell and he's laying there and then he's treated. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you states 156, flash drive containing that video from the stairwell. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Very accurate, depicts what occurred within it.
I believe so, sir.
Video capable of making an accurate reporting.
Yes.
We see in there those things that we know occurred. For example, EMT Ryan King treating him. Is that correct?
Yes.
We see the first Mansfield ISD police officer get there.
Yes.
We know all those things occurred. They're all depicted in that video.
Yes.
Judge Walker from Station 156.
after inspection.
1 second.
I'm sorry?
Ma'am, 1 second, this council.
You may. All right, no objection to 156. I'll admit 156. Yeah, he'll need to move it to publish the video.
Judge, we have the lights dim?
Yeah, you may. I got it. You may proceed.
Detective, the individual that we see running right here is one of the students that left his office class.
Yes.
He appears to be running in a hurry.
Yes, he does.
Investigation pulled together some information that this could be tied to racetrack, correct?
Yes, it did.
And as a detective, every 2 years doing violent crimes, you check phones, social media, to try to put together a correlation of things that could have possibly prompted this, correct?
Yes, depending on the case, yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with Isaiah Shelby?
Yes, I am.
You want to pull some of your investigative judgment approach?
You may. Which one are you looking for?
The one that hadn't been admitted. Here's my answer.
There you go.
Did you have an opportunity to come across this picture on social media?
That picture was forwarded to me from the social media site.
And was this done on or about September 26, 2021, after the racetrack, after he was pistol whipped at the racetrack?
Well, the date on says September 26,
There's no
2021.
objection to testifying from an object not admitted yet.
Okay. Try to answer the question. She asked you yes or no. Please try to answer it that way, or you don't know.
I'm not sure.
Can you identify anybody in particular in this particular photo?
Yes, I can.
Who can you identify?
Objection, testifying from an object not yet admitted. Court's already sustained objection to admission.
If he can identify the individuals in the photograph is the important part of a predicate. So he said that he could.
The individual on the left appears to be Isaiah Shelby.
And that is the older brother of Zach.
Yes.
Did you have occasion after this, did you come to visit Zach at the hospital at all?
Yes, I did.
Did Zach at some point come to your office?
No, he did not.
So everything was done at the hospital?
I visited with him at the hospital once or twice, and then I went to his home after he'd been released from the hospital.
So when you went to his home, did you see any physical limitation?
Yes.
What did you see?
Since he'd been released, he had a colostomy bag and was required to be in a wheelchair.
To this date, today, as of July 21st, 2021, he's not in a wheelchair or anything.
I don't believe he's in a wheelchair anymore.
Have you seen him in this building at all this week?
No, I have not.
Is it customary to follow up? Is it customary to follow up with somebody that's been injured to follow up to see what their current medical condition is now?
Typically, if the person calls me, then I will speak with them about it, but I didn't follow up any further with Zacchaeus after he was released from the hospital.
And with respect to the racetrack, did that photo assist you in any way in identifying who pistol whipped him?
Yes, it did.
Now, with respect to the police report that was filed, that particular case at the racetrack had been closed, correct?
That I don't know. I know that it was assigned to detect a kid for investigation, and I'm not sure if he had to reopen it or not.
So would you say a person getting pistol whipped and robbed, that would constitute an aggravated robbery, would it?
Yes, it would.
So is Detective Kidd, is he present today?
No, he's not.
Is he working today?
I assume that he will be working today.
That's what.
Redirect.
No more questions, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
I'd ask that you excuse.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may be released from your subpoena. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. All right. State, please call your next witness.
Judge, ladies and gentlemen, jury, with that, the state will rest its case in chief.
Okay. With the state having rested, this would be a great time to break for lunch. You want that? Okay. Let's give me back at 1:30 and start. Okay. All right, we're going to attempt to start back up at 1:30. All right. All rise. Mr. Taylor, come on up. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, please have a seat here. Make sure that microphone fits to you. Please listen to the entirety of the question before answering and try to speak all the way to the back of the courtroom so we can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're okay. Your witness.
Hi, Mr. Taylor. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Pastor Christopher Taylor.
Would you please spell that?
Oh, CHRISTOPHER TAYLOR.
All right, I'm going to ask you, I know you got a microphone. Go ahead and speak up through it, okay? Just like you're on a microphone, maybe at a church. All right, your witness.
Okay, Pastor Taylor. Where is your church located?
Grand Prairie, Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church, Grand Prairie, Texas.
How long have you been the head pastor there?
31 years.
How are you acquainted with Tim Simpkins?
He's my godson. His uncle, I'm kind of nervous. His grandfather was my deacon, and when he was born, Tim was raised in the church, and they made him my godson.
Who is Tim's grandfather?
It was Deacon George Simpkins. He's deceased now.
Okay. So why were you asked by his grandfather to become his godfather?
Because he was a member of the church, and I was close to the family, and Tim used to mimic me while I was preaching, and Tim looked up to me.
How close were you and Mr. George?
Real close, like brothers.
Are you all from the same hometown, the same place?
Where I started out in Texarkana, Arkansas. I pastored the College Hill Baptist Church there for 7 years. And then when I moved here to Grand Prairie, me and George were tight, and he followed me.
How are you familiar with Katrina?
I baptized her. I raised her just like I raised Tim.
And Katrina is Tim's mother, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How familiar were you with Tim when he essentially grew up to adolescence, not just a small child, but whenever he became a teenager?
I was close to him. We talked occasionally. After his grandfather passed, we kind of hit and miss, but we were still close.
Did you still keep in contact with Ms. Lilly?
Oh,
after?
yes.
Okay, so you kept in contact with Ms. Lilly after Mr. George passed away?
Yes.
And what was your relationship like with Tim throughout this time frame?
Just still close. We didn't talk as much, but still close.
How would you characterize Tim's personality?
A little shy, mellow. I mostly dealt with Tim at church, in the religious arena.
Are you aware of the facts of this case?
Some of them.
Do you recall that on October 6th of 2021, what happened that day?
Yes, from the media.
Okay. And when you found out that Tim was arrested for this case, how did you feel?
I felt like that couldn't be Tim, not the person I know.
And why did you make that conclusion?
Because I know that Tim is respectable, that he was brought up in a Christian home, and I just couldn't believe that was him.
And in your line of work as a pastor, have you had the opportunity to counsel and guide a lot of young men?
Well, not only am I a pastor, but I work for the school district I deal with at-risk kids, behavior kids from kindergarten to the high school. And I know that dealing with these kids, Tim's not that kind of person.
Mr. Taylor, have you ever been an educator in that particular role as being in a classroom setting?
Yes.
And as a educator, do you believe that children can be immature at times?
Definitely.
Do you believe that high school students can kind of have like identity issues and just make immature decisions?
I see it every day. Like some kids I deal with, gang members. In fact, this past year, I buried three of my
What's the
children.
relevance of going into burying people?
All right, that'll be sustained. Make sure, just ask your next question.
And because you are an educator and you work with young people, do you believe that people can grow and change?
Oh, yes.
Have you?
That's my job,
And when you say that's your job to help people grow and change, what do you mean by that?
to give them skills to handle their behaviors and so forth, to deal with their behaviors.
When Mr. George passed away, how did you feel about that?
It was devastating because we were so close. And till to this day, it hurts.
What kind of man was Mr. George?
He was a disciplinarian. He was an honor man.
What was that word?
Honor.
Honor. Okay.
He was loyal to his family. He was loyal to the church. He was loyal to the community. Great man.
How did he feel about his grandson, Timothy?
We loved him. He gave him his name.
How did Mr. George's death affect Tim in the house?
Due to the speculation.
It's overruled.
It affected him tremendously. Tim kind of withdrew when Mr. Simpkins died. He hadn't been the same.
And based off of your line of work as a pastor and being an educator with Grand Prairie, do you believe that people deserve second chances or can earn their way to a second chance?
Oh, yes. I believe that.
Defense pastor witness.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Taylor, you said that people can earn their way to second chances?
I didn't say that.
What did you say? Sorry.
I said I believe people can have a second chance. They can change.
Well, that they can change. Well, do you think that they need to earn the second chance? If they want a second chance, they have to show something positive, correct? Yes or no?
I guess yes.
You guess yes? How about when they've committed an
I mean,
offense?
I don't understand the word earn.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way. If someone has committed the offense of attempted capital murder, we're not talking about a misdemeanor anymore, are we? Are we?
Are you asking me that?
I'm asking you.
I guess not.
We're talking about something really, really serious.
Correct.
In fact, if two of those people he shot had died, he'd be facing the death penalty. Do you understand that?
You have to answer out loud.
Yes.
You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't know what.
That he could have faced the death penalty if Mr. Pettit and Zach had actually died.
Yes, I understand that.
So you mentored him for 18 years before the Timberview shooting, correct?
Yes.
And you said that he was given to you as a godson to mentor.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just tell you why. You can't shake your head and make sounds because she doesn't have anything to write down. So you have to say yes or no, or she doesn't know what to write. That's why we're asking you to clarify what you're saying. Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I know this may be difficult, but shaking your head just isn't going to work. All right, you can answer your next question.
And you talked about Mr. George and Miss Lily being great people, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure they are, or at least Mr. George was, and his grandmother still lives, correct?
Yes.
None of those things stopped him, Timothy, from intentionally shooting those people, correct?
It didn't stop him from the event that happened, no.
What did you call it?
The event that happened.
You call it an event?
Circumstances.
Circum-
Situation.
Situation.
Yeah.
Do you want to call it a crime?
The situation, that's what I call it.
You do not want to call it a crime, do you? Do you, sir?
I said I want to call it a situation.
Okay. You're going to tell this jury that they were wrong to convict him of a crime.
They did what they were supposed to do.
Okay.
How they felt.
All right. How are people supposed to change if the people that surround them cannot accept the seriousness of what they have done, such as yourself, sir?
I believe that anybody can be reformed, no matter what the situation is. You know, David, a man after God's own heart, had a man killed, but God kept loving and gave him another chance. Moses killed a man, but God gave him another chance, and the list goes on and on.
I understand those things.
Mhm.
But when you get one chance, like say for instance, you go to a racetrack convenience store and you shoot up a gun 8 times at some individuals that are driving away. And you start Googling, hey, nobody's been arrested. Nobody's been arrested. I'm going to get away with this. That was your chance. Right? Maybe?
I'm not sure.
You've been sitting in the courtroom this morning, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry? It's off.
It's off.
Yep. Here, use this one. All right. Does that one work?
Yes.
That's better. All right. Ask your question.
Let me ask you again. You have been sitting in this courtroom this morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you here yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've been listening to the testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you were here when those text messages were published for this jury about things he was saying, correct?
Yes.
And how he was planning to shoot people?
Did I answer the testimony?
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it.
Okay. Was that alarming to you?
Yes.
And I believe you said that you mostly dealt with him at church.
Yes.
And was that when he was younger?
Until he got all, did it.
I'm sorry.
Now and when he was younger. Since he's been growing.
Okay, did the family attend your church or another church?
My church.
Okay. So, in September and October of 2021, was he going to church?
Yes.
You were seeing him in church?
Not every Sunday, but yes, he was consistent.
Okay. All right. And so, his family was a family that took him to church.
To answer out loud.
Is that correct?
Oh, well,
You have to answer.
yes,
out loud,
okay.
sorry. He didn't want for anything.
No.
He had a nice gray Charger that he drove, correct?
I didn't know he had a Charger or a car until after this happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And he didn't live impoverished, did he?
No, I don't think so.
Right. There wasn't any need for him to sell drugs or anything like that. Right?
I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. And there wasn't any need for him to be looking up how to get a Glock 45 and an extra magazine and things like that, right?
There's no need to, no.
So when he was 18 years old, he's doing some things that he's just doing it because he wants to, despite you being his mentor, despite the family, right?
I guess so, I don't know.
That's the witness.
Redirect.
Yes, Pastor Taylor, you still were in Tim's life when he was a teenager, is that correct?
Yes.
How would you characterize his personality prior to this incident?
Still respectful.
Respectful?
Yes.
And you picked up Tim from the jail, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you talk to him?
Not really.
Why did you pick him up from the jail for this incident?
I thought he was Godfather and I just wanted to get him from the jail to his home.
Have you seen a change in Tim since he got arrested for this shooting?
Yes, in my eyes, yes.
How is his personality now?
Remorseful.
The best witness.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. You picked him up at the jail the first time right after this happened?
Yes.
Because he bonded right straight out, right?
Yes.
He bonded out pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you said you didn't talk to him?
No, I was just getting him home. I felt like we wasn't supposed to say anything.
Oh, you didn't think you should be asking him any questions about what he did?
Correct.
So you don't have any way of telling us what he told you about why he did it or his reasoning for having weapons and ammo or any of those things? You don't know. You didn't talk to him about it.
No.
So you think you know him?
Yes.
Do you think that somebody can be a very nice and respectful person to some of the adults around him and be another person that you don't know about?
There's two kinds of people. There are those that are weak, and there are those that are wicked. Tim falls, like most of us in this room, weak. Things happen, and at the time of the circumstances, we choose to make rational decisions that
that affect us and affect others.
Yes, I said us. I mean everybody.
And it's just possible that he is truly wicked.
No, I said weak.
I know what you said. I said
No,
it's
he's not
possible
wicked. No,
that
it's
you
not
are
possible.
wrong.
Hold on, let's not talk over each other. Ask your question in its entirety, and then you can answer it. What's your question?
I have no further questions.
Okay, well, she asked, isn't it true that he was wicked? And your answer was,
No.
there you go. All right. Any redirect.
No redirect from the defense.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You may be excused from your testimony. Let that one go. Okay.
Defense called Charlie Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, you testified before in this trial, correct? Were you released, or did I keep you under subpoena? You were released. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. And you know what I'm going to tell you. You've got to speak up. If you don't, we're not going to hear what you have to say. Your witness.
Yes. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Charlie, Charley.
What's your last name?
Johnson.
And you know Tim, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you known Tim?
For about 3 years.
I'm sorry, did you say 2?
3.
3 years. So you met him around 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet Tim at?
School.
Did y'all share a class together or just acquaintance, started acquaintance?
We had class.
Have you had the chance to hang out with Tim or become friends with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And so how would you characterize Tim's personality?
He was outgoing.
Take your time.
He was a caring person.
You go, Ms. Johnson. Take a break. Take a breath.
He always made sure that his family was okay. He always made sure that his friends always kept a smile on their face.
I don't want to cut off your answer, but was that the end of your answer? Take your time. I'm sorry. Okay. Was he some kind of aggressor,
No,
fighter?
no,
You ever seen him being disrespectful to people?
no.
You provided us the video, or a video of the fight that occurred on October 6th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You sat right there and was able to watch it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that make you feel for Tim?
I was scared. I didn't know what was gonna happen to him.
Were you aware of Tim being robbed and pistol whipped at a racetrack?
Not at that moment.
Okay. Did you know anything at that time or about something at racetrack?
Your Honor, she said she did not know at that moment, so object to relevance and its line of questioning.
Yeah, she did answer the question you asked. Did you ask a different question?
I originally had asked her something very specific, so I just wanted to make known whether she knew anything at all.
Okay, you can ask your question.
I knew about Isaiah getting hit, but that's all.
I'm sorry, I knew about,
About Isaiah getting hit, but that's all.
Isaiah who?
Selby.
Do you believe Tim can be a successful person?
Yes, ma'am.
Since October the 6th, what type of changes have you seen in Tim?
He not like he was before. He don't goof around as much as he used to.
Did you know Tim smoked weed?
No, ma'am.
Did you know he sold weed?
No, ma'am.
If someone is the biggest drug dealer at school, is that something kids at the school know?
Yes, ma'am.
You believe you would have knew that?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, sir. Charlie, you and I talked before this trial, is that correct? Yes. Me and your mom? Yes. But it is true that Timothy had a reputation for carrying a gun at school, right? Not that I know of. Did you tell me that people at school knew it, their reputation? No, I said that other people carried their guns around school. Well, I believe you told me that there were rumors that Timothy, carried a gun at school. I didn't say that. Okay. Nothing further for this witness.
All right, may this witness be, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused.
Yes, you may.
State, hold on, sit down. State, she be
Nothing further,
excused.
yes.
All right, you may be excused.
Defense calls Robert Thompson.
All right, Robert Thompson. And Mr. Thompson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now in trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, come on up here and have a seat. Make sure that microphone fits for you. Make sure you listen to the entire question before you answer so you don't speak over either attorney, and then talk to the back of the courtroom, okay?
All right.
All right, your witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Hold on, let's start over. You started talking when I was talking, you started talking when she was talking. Let's nip it in the bud right now.
All right.
Make sure that you take a breath after they ask you a question and then you answer, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Okay, we're going to start over. Could you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
My name is Robert Thompson. That's R-O-B-E-R-T, T-H-O-M-P-S-O-N.
How are you employed, Mr. Thompson?
I am a beverage supervisor at AT&T Stadium.
So you do things for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers, right?
Yes.
How do you know Tim?
I've known Tim since day one he was born.
What role were you asked to take in his life?
Hold on. You gotta wait till she's done talking. I know. Let's ask your whole question again.
Okay. What role were you asked to take in Tim's life?
Me and my wife was asked to be his godparents.
Who asked you to do that?
His mother called my wife, and we went to the hospital. She asked us at the hospital.
Was this in Texarkana?
No, it was here in Arlington.
It was here in Arlington. Okay. Do you have a connection with Mr. George?
Yes, I've been knowing George for years. He's back home, and also once he moved to the area, yeah, we kept in contact. Went to the same church in Texarkana and here in the area.
How would you characterize Tim's personality?
To characterize his personality as being a real good kid. I never knew Tim do anything wrong. You know, I remember he was playing football for the Ravens, and never got a chance to play any of his games because my son was playing football at the same time in high school. So, you know, I never did my job, keep me away from doing stuff. When we worked for two different pro teams, I met one day, maybe at next summer.
Were you aware that Tim was having issues when he got to high school?
No, I didn't.
When did you find out about all of this, about the shooting, about everything?
I was at work. Me and a coworker was talking, and his son texted him and told him about it, and I was like, what? And then he texted back in and said, well, it was Simpkins. I said, wait a minute, I know him. And when it hit me, I automatically called my wife. And she said, yeah, I heard about it, and I just couldn't do nothing else, just sit there and work and just, but that's the first time I've heard about it, when I was at work.
And even though you knew about it, how have you treated Tim since then?
The same as I always have, nothing different.
Have you had contact with Tim since this happened?
No.
Have you had contact with his family?
I haven't, no.
And based off of being his godfather and knowing how he was raised, do you believe he can change?
Yes, I do.
Defense counsel with
Cross-examination?
You just told the jury that you know him as somebody who's never done anything wrong.
I did say, for my knowledge,
Hold on. You told the jury you know the defendant as somebody who's never done anything wrong. That was your word, right?
right.
So what does he need to change if he's never done anything wrong?
If the situation is at hand now, can be changed. I'm not, in the past, I never knew Tim would do anything wrong. You know, I've been knowing him all his life, you know, watching, see him and his grandfather on football pictures. You know, he's standing there, little kid, one big as nothing, but just a little kid. So I feel like, yes, things can change. We all make mistakes, and we all can get
I
over
want you to
that.
stop a second. I want you to think about what you just said. He was in a shootout on September the 26th at a public place. Can you imagine if that was AT&T Stadium and there was a shootout there? So let me finish my question before you start to answer it. And then a week later, almost 2 weeks later, he carries a gun to school, shoots up the school, actually stalks another young man down the hall as a shooter. And you think that is just a mistake?
That's not a mistake.
That's what your words.
What, just like you said, AT&T Stadium. We have things that fall on the line at AT&T Stadium. You cannot get inside there just to come in. I mean, if you come in through the front door, they're going to direct you to the right door. But what he did was wrong. Sure enough.
But you just said it was just a mistake.
No, I said we all make mistakes. But mistakes can be changed. You can cancel, you can change your life. Put it like that. You can change your life.
But you don't think there's anything wrong with them?
His past, and it's still not. Tim is a good kid. You just can't. This one incident, you can change. He can change himself from this one incident.
You think it's just one incident?
From what so far, I don't. What happened before that, but just that. That's all I know about.
Were you here this morning? See the video of the shootout? See him shoot the gun at the racetrack?
No, I was here. Yes, I was here.
This morning?
Yes.
So you saw the video of him getting out of that car shooting?
Well, I couldn't really see from all sitting there.
Your testimony. You do realize what all had to take place for just that to occur, right? I mean,
Do I know from the past or from that day?
just from what you've heard.
Do I know what occurred from that moment? From what happened, he was pistol. That's what I heard.
So you didn't hear that he was robbed of drugs and money?
Yes, I heard that too.
Okay. That means to be robbed of those things, you have those things.
You have to have them, right?
So where did he get his drugs from?
I have no idea.
How much drugs did he have?
I have no idea.
How much cash did he have?
I have no idea.
Where's that 9mm pistol?
I have no idea.
Where did he get it from?
I have no idea.
How long has he carried it?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going a little too fast.
I have no idea.
Doesn't sound like you know him very well at all.
Tim,
Does it?
I know Tim. But all the other things you asking me, it's like I say, I work every day. I work every day, all day, 2 jobs. Baseball and football. When baseball season around, I'm there. I'm always at the football stadium. Every day. My wife talks to his grandmother.
But you've had no contact with him since October 6th.
I didn't talk to him then. I was at work.
But you've had no contact with him. Since this crime occurred, you've had no contact with him. You want nothing to do with him?
No. I said, yes, I do. It's not that. I'm out of work, and you have to look at the dust settle. And I have had my wife, along with my wife, she can keep me in contact with her. She talk to the family. But me, myself, like I say, I work. And during October, it's still baseball season.
It's fair to say that things that you heard today were surprising to you.
When I first heard it, the shooting, yes, it was. Even today, with the racetrack, it was like, wow, didn't know that.
That was surprising to you.
It was.
I'll pass the witness.
Redirect.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Does 2 weeks of a person's life define that person?
2 weeks.
Does 2 weeks in the life of a 18-year-old define them the rest of their life?
No, I do 2 weeks ago, 18 can do that.
And you mentioned that you have your own children, correct?
Yes.
How old are your children?
My oldest is 35. I have a 34, 32, and my youngest is 25.
Do you have any boys?
Yes, I have 2 boys and 2 girls.
Do your boys have better judgment than the girls growing up? Or the opposite way around?
Objection relevant.
I'll overrule it.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You can ask it.
Yes, question again, please.
Did, growing up with your kids, you have multiple children, boys and girls, Did the boys have better judgment than the girls, or was it the other way around?
I think they all of them had pretty good judgment, both all my kids.
Do boys typically mature slower than girls?
Yes.
Have you witnessed that yourself as a parent?
Yes.
Have you witnessed that dynamic in your own family?
In my own family, I have.
Defense counsel?
All right. Any further recross?
If I may, Judge. She asked you, there's 2 weeks to find somebody. Recall that question?
Yes.
How about 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
This is Calvin Pettit. From the time it took him to walk out his door to go help somebody else, to the time he got to Miss Altman's door, about 10 or 15 seconds, and then he shot him. He has a bullet lodged next to his heart. That defines him the rest of his life.
Objection to the counsel testifying.
Do you have a question related
I
to
do,
that?
Judge. Do you think that should define him
It changed his life.
forever? That's just his life, those around him. Look at him. Take a look.
I see it. I see it.
His loved ones. So you're going to sit there and tell these people that because he had a bad 2 weeks, that their lives should not be changed and ruined?
I'm not saying that.
His dreams taken away from him?
I'm not saying
But he just had a bad 2 weeks. Right?
bad to it. So
Is that what you think?
this was something that made the wrong decision.
Okay. How long was he dealing drugs?
I have no idea. Didn't even know he was dealing drugs. Didn't know nothing about
What kind of judgment does it take not to shoot somebody?
kind of judgment does it take?
Yeah.
Thinking.
What's the very first commandment? You know, the 10 Commandments, right? What's the first one?
Thou should not lie.
The what?
Thou should not lie.
You think that's the first one?
That's one of them. That may not be the first one, but that's one. Thou should not lie.
One of them is also thou shalt not kill.
Exactly.
Number one is thou shalt know God other than God. Second one is thou shalt not kill. First one is you should have no God but God. And the second
Objection
one-
to testifying, there's no question.
There is a question, Judge.
Yeah, he's repeating for the court reporter. Let's say it one more time in the form of a question. Go from there.
First one is there should be no God but God. Second one is thou shalt not kill. Right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Those are commandments he's heard all his life. He chose to disobey the most basic of all commandments he's heard for 18 years. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I pass witness.
Redirect.
Does God ask for us to forgive people?
Yes. God himself forgive. God himself forgive us every day.
Recross.
There's still punishment on earth for your sins here today.
It is. But like I just said, God forgives us every day of our life. Not every day, every second of our life. So we do wrong, guess what? God gonna forgive you of what you did. He's gonna bless you for what you did.
You still be punished here today for doing it.
But
That's a question.
He is
That's
forgiving.
Hold on, we've devolved here. Let's move on to a different line of questioning. If there isn't one, then we need to pass this witness.
And I pass this witness.
Anything further from the...
Nothing further from the defense.
All right, may this witness be excused.
Here's a mistake.
Okay, defense?
State call, Shantae.
Hold on. Sit down. I'm tired of me asking questions, y'all not listening, and people leaving before I say that it's okay. Can he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. You may be excused. All right. Call your next witness.
Defense call, Shantavia Johnson.
All right, Miss Johnson. All right, Ms. Johnson, come on up. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, come on up here and have a seat. Make sure that that microphone fits to you. Make sure that you listen to the entirety of the question before you answer so that you end up talking over them and they don't end up talking over you. And make sure you talk all the way to the back of the courtroom so everyone can hear you, okay? That's not going to work.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I understand. Okay. Your witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Robinson, right?
Yes,
Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
absolutely. My name is Shantavia Robinson, S-H-O-N-T-A, B as in Victor, I-A, last name Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N.
Thank you. Do you know Tim?
Yes, I do.
How long would you say you've known him?
I believe now about 2 to 3 years, something like that.
How do you know Tim?
I know Tim because Tim dated my daughter, which is Jada Anderson.
And did Jada, your daughter, also attend Timberview High School?
Yes, she did.
How would you characterize Tim's personality?
I'm sorry. Tim is my baby. He's a sweetheart. I'm a mama bear, so I'm very protective of my daughter. I don't let anybody around my daughter. I'll never let Tim around my daughter if I thought Tim was a bad person. So I would characterize Tim as loving, fun, goofy, caring.
Have you seen a change in Tim's personality or demeanor since October the 6th?
Are you asking me since the incident?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What is the change? How is he now?
A shell. He's a shell of who he wants. The Tim that I know. I'm used to Tim smiling. He called me Mama Teddy, so I'm used to him smiling and just being goofy. It's hard, you know. He's not the same.
Did you know Tim to be an aggressive person?
Absolutely not.
You know him to be a fighter?
Absolutely not.
Disrespectful?
No.
Did you know Tim smoked weed?
No, no. I learned that after the arrest and speaking with the DA or the detectives.
Okay. What about, did you know if Tim sold weed?
No.
If you knew that before, would that change your opinion of who he is as a person?
No. Your personality is one thing. What you do is another. His personality has been respectful, loving, kind, caring, empathetic. So, no.
Were you aware of the events that occurred at Racetrack?
I learned about that during the interview from the incident. So that's when I became aware of that.
Okay. Somebody told you about it?
Yes.
Okay. Does that change your opinion of Tim?
No. His character is his character for me.
Did that seem to be out of character, what you learned about what happened at racetrack?
Yes.
Did you know Tim to be a person that just go around shooting people?
Absolutely not. I took him to jobs with me.
Take your time.
You need something? You need to take a break? You'll be okay. Take a break. Need some water or anything? Okay. It's okay. Take your time.
Tim went to work for me. I took him to events with me, at the church with me. I let my daughter go with his family events. We spent the holidays together. He talked to me. His family helped me with my daughter. This monster that y'all trying to betray him in the past, that is not who he is. I will never let my baby with a monster. I love my baby, that's my only child and that's all I have. And I protect her any means necessary. I don't care what you say. And I protect my heart too. I talked to him like he was my son. I scolded him like he was my son. No, he has not been aggressive. I hadn't even seen him mad.
Did you know that Tim was running into problems with individuals robbing him?
I didn't know about the robbery until after the incident. I knew my daughter said that he was.
There's what I hear saying.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination.
How are you doing, Ms. Robinson?
Not good.
When was the last time that you and I talked? Yesterday?
We didn't talk yesterday. I saw you in passing. You talked to Jada.
I talked to Jada, and you've been by her side all week
I've been by her side all week.
in our DA's Victims Assistance Office, right? Correct?
I have been, absolutely.
Okay. And all the time that I was talking to you, you didn't tell me you were going to come testify for the defense, did you?
You didn't ask.
Well, I didn't think you were, based on our prior conversations, but that's okay. I'm not upset about that.
I just want to ask you a question. Since November of 2021, Jada hadn't been around Timothy anymore, right?
What day did the incident happen? I'm asking, because I'm trying to get my dates together.
October the 6th of 2021 was the shooting at Timberview. And is it correct that in November, the next month, is when they broke up?
I don't know exactly when they broke up. I know that, I don't know when they broke up. I know that they were, the holidays, Thanksgiving, and then, so, yeah, I guess that was the thing. I'm not sure when.
Shortly after the shooting, their relationship ended, correct?
Correct.
And during our conversations, is it true that you told me you didn't want your daughter, now that you knew everything, to have anything to do with him?
That's not true. I never said I didn't want her to have anything to do with Tim. Because I have a relationship with the family.
Okay.
And I have never, since the incident, completely severed ties with his grandmother, whom I adore dearly.
Miss Lily.
Miss Lily. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I did not want my daughter being subjected to the public scrutiny as she had been as a result of this. Separation was due to her being picked on and constantly ridiculed on social media as a result of possibly being Tim's girlfriend.
We know that Jada was not involved in any way in this, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true, you told me that the most important thing is Jada?
Absolutely.
And what is best for Jada?
Absolutely.
And that if you had known at that time that Timothy was selling drugs, carrying a gun, doing things that were unlawful, that you would not have allowed your daughter to be dating him.
That is correct.
Correct. Now that day, Jada was at school, October the 6th, when the shooting happened, correct?
Yes.
Where were you?
At home.
At home, okay. And did Jada call you?
Yes.
And during that phone call, what did you hear?
Objection.
What's the,
I'm not asking her to repeat what anyone said. I'm asking her, what did she hear as far as sounds? I can ask it in a different way.
that's
so-
sustained from what I've heard so far.
Okay, I'll ask it in a different way.
Okay.
Is it true, Ms. Robinson, that while you were on the phone with Jada, you heard gunshots?
No.
Did Jada call you during the shooting?
Jada called me and said, if I may.
Don't tell me what she said. That's
Okay.
objectionable.
Jada called me.
All right. And she
I
was
was
at
being
school.
made aware
Hold on.
of the shooting.
Hold on. You have to wait for her question. If she wants you to clarify, she'll ask. Ask your question.
After that phone call, did you leave and go to the school?
Absolutely.
And did you get there very quickly?
Yes.
And did you make it into the school?
No.
You did not make it inside that school?
Not at all.
Make sure y'all don't talk over each other, please. You're doing great. You're fine.
Were you inside the school at any time that you could see blood and somebody on the ground in a stretcher?
Can I explain?
So the way cross-examination works is she asks you a very direct question, you give a very direct answer. Any explanation can be asked for or can be given at a different time, but just answer her question.
Could you please ask the question again?
Okay. And I might be wrong about this. I'm referring to my notes. Did you make it inside the school
No,
at any time?
no,
Okay. So you were outside of the school.
yes,
Did they let you inside the school?
no,
Did they make you stay outside?
yes,
Were you frantic for your Jada? For Jada?
absolutely,
Did you see someone being taken out on a stretcher?
yes.
What does the word consequences mean to you?
So, as in, you said consequences, in other words, for every different reaction, like, I don't, or the, I
Let me ask it a different way.
don't,
Have you ever heard that when someone does something wrong, there should be consequences?
yes,
And should the consequences match what they have done?
no,
They should not.
no. No,
Okay? So, when we give someone a consequence, but it really doesn't match the seriousness of what they've done, do you think is anything learned from that consequence?
possible,
You think they could still learn that, hey, nothing happened to me? Right?
it's possible they can learn.
Possible? What about the other people who learn about the consequences and they say, wow, this was a really bad thing that happened, but nothing happened to this person who did it, so maybe I ought to do it too. Do you think that could happen?
It could happen.
Right? Do you think shooting 3 people is a serious thing?
I do think it's a serious thing.
How serious do you think it is? A little serious or pretty big serious?
It is serious.
And there should be a consequence. Correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have anything to do with what Timothy Simpkins did, correct?
Correct.
You were nothing but good to him, right? Correct? Good to him, right?
Yes.
You let your daughter date him, correct?
Yes.
You trusted him, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know about that picture that Jada took of him with that gun in the car. Remember? You didn't know about that. Correct?
Correct.
Because if you had known, you would have put a stop to Jada seeing him. Correct? Yes?
Correct.
Because you would have said, wait a minute. the Timothy that I know is not that Timothy, right? Right? As a witness.
All right. Redirect.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Do you believe that a person's consequences should match that person? What would be applicable to rehabilitate that particular person?
Yes, I do.
Does all people deserve the exact same type of punishments?
No.
Pass the witness.
Recross.
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right. May this witness be excused? State.
She can.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense. Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. You may be excused. All right. Defense, please call your next witness.
Defense calls Aretha Hall.
All right. Ms. Hall. Hey, Fred.
It may take a little second, Your Honor. She was on 5. We had indicated to come up, so she may still be on the way.
Okay. Let me ask y'all, are y'all okay? Do y'all need a little break? Okay. Let's take a brief break. It's a good time. We'll take a 15-minute break. Money that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, Ms. Hall, you may have a seat. Ms. Hall, make sure that you listen to the entirety of the question that is asked of you from either attorney, that they're done talking and you hear the whole question before you answer, and then when you answer, just answer all the way to the back of the courtroom so we can all hear you, okay? Okay. All right, your witness.
Ms. Hall, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Aretha B. Hall, A-R-E-T-H-A, Hall, H-A-L-L.
And were you at some point in time a teacher at Timberview High School?
Yes, I was.
When were you a teacher at Timberview High School?
I started in Timberview High School of August of 2016 up until March 11th of 2022.
What subject did you teach?
Algebra 1, geometry, and accelerated Algebra 1 and geometry.
What type of educational background do you need to be able to teach those subjects?
You must have a bachelor's degree in mathematics.
And is that what you have?
Yes.
While you were teaching at Timberview, did you have a student by the name of Timothy Simpkins?
Yes, I did.
When did you first have Tim as your student?
I had Timothy the previous year of 2021 in my Algebra 1 class, and then he was moved to another class.
Okay. And then was he your student again after that?
Yes, he was.
And when was that?
Beginning again in August of 2021 for the 2021-2022 school year.
Okay. And how would you characterize Tim as a student?
The entire time I had Timothy in my class, Timothy was always so compassionate and helping others and always willing to help Ms. Hall. He may not have always had all of his assignments done, but when I did reach out to his mom or I reached out to him, he was always really good about getting his stuff done. But we had a pretty close relationship because if he had a particular bad day, he would apologize and say,
narrative at this time.
All right, that's sustained. Make sure you answer the questions that are asked. You can finish your thought. If he had a bad day, what?
if he had a bad day, he would always let me know that he was having a bad day, and if it came off as something different, and he was not trying to be, it wasn't anything towards me.
All right, please ask your next question.
Had you known Tim to be aggressive?
No.
Fighter?
No.
Disrespectful?
No.
Had you ever had to write up Tim?
No.
Were you at Timberview on October 6, 2021?
No, I was not.
You were out on leave?
Yes, I was out on FMLA.
What caused you to be out?
Objection, relevance.
And what's the relevance of that?
You didn't have a approach?
You may.
that you are armed. It's like a safety. It's like a safety trigger. It's part of training. But like the questions you're asking, I had multiple conversations with him. I spent time when we would go to the mall, and I was trying to teach him how to talk to girls back then. Him and his cousin. Like we had fun. We did guy stuff. He needed that. His grandfather passed. Like he needed that, and I did the best I could to be that person to fill in.
And did it appear that he had all his godfathers around too, to help him and advise him and mentor him?
He had other support, yeah. I know from the church, his family had been connected to. He had family that would come in town from Texarkana sometimes.
So he had family support, he had friendship from you who were his neighbors. He had his grandmother. Did he already have that Charger before you left, or was that later on?
Well, his sister had that Dodge Charger first.
And then he got it?
Mm-hmm.
Were you around when he got that car?
I was around after he got the car.
After he got the car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I believe Reagan had gotten another car, so he was driving that Charger.
Okay. And I take it whenever you were helping him with those guns, you don't recall if any one of them was like a Glock 45?
One was a Glock, yes. But I didn't just help him with guns. We were cleaning out the entire garage.
Well, I'm just asking about the guns.
Okay.
Okay. Do you happen to know how much a Glock costs?
Me?
Yeah, just in general?
$400 to $600.
Do you happen to remember if there was a lot of ammunition also?
I don't recall seeing any ammunition, honestly.
So you know that Timothy has been convicted of attempted capital murder.
I found out yesterday.
And you have now also learned today from being in court that he committed a shooting. He shot at somebody with 8 times at least, a few days before that, right?
8 times?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I heard that being said in court this morning. Yeah.
Okay. You also were here when they were showing all the text messages and the searches that he was doing.
Yes.
Did you hear about that search that he was searching on the 30th of September? If you're at school and someone tries to fight you and you shoot them, how much time do you get?
That was a question that was in the text message that he asked, right?
Right.
You're asking, did I know
What
about
do
it?
you think about him doing that on the 30th, which is 6 days before he shoots up that school?
There were various conversations, though, more than a statement, right?
There were various conversations. I'm asking you about him searching the internet, trying to find out how much prison time he was going to get if he shot up the school.
Obviously,
Objection, Your Honor, to asserting facts not into evidence. That's not exactly what the text message states.
All right. Let's sustain. Ask your question again.
Let me rephrase this. On September the 30th, he searched and he typed in, if you at school and someone tries to fight you and you shoot them, how much time will you get?
Okay. You're asking, what do I think about that?
Mm-hmm.
That leads me to believe he had some concerns, some serious concerns. My understanding is that he was being beat up multiple times before this occurred.
Okay.
So if he's searching what possible punitive measures are going to happen if he does something like this at school, that leads me to believe he's got some serious concerns, and his life is probably in danger.
Right. And did he come to you and say, my life is in danger?
I did not know any of this.
You know if he ever went to one of his godfathers and said, my life is in danger?
I don't know. I was not in communication with him during this time.
I'm sorry.
Don't talk of each other. What was the end of your statement?
I was saying this is that period where I was not in touch with him.
Okay. Ask your next question.
You have not heard that he ever went to the police and said my life is in danger.
No, ma'am.
So, isn't it true if he's searching that, is that on November the 30th, he's planning to take a gun to school and use it, and he's wondering how much time to get.
Is that a question?
Isn't it true? That's a possibility.
Maybe from your perspective, that's true. Not from my perspective. No, I don't think he was planning anything. I think he had some concerns about what was going on in school.
You ever seen guys that fight, fist fight?
I mean, I grew up in the 80s and the 90s in Fort Worth. Yeah, absolutely.
People fist fight at school, right?
Yeah. And sometimes worse.
Sometimes those fist fights, somebody wins, somebody loses. Correct?
I've seen people get severely hurt,
Yeah.
pulling knives, stuff like that.
I'm not talking about weapons, I'm talking about a fist fight.
Okay.
That happens, right?
Yes.
So if somebody fist fights, it says if somebody fights, and you shoot, there's a difference there between a fist fight between two males and then pulling a gun and starting to shoot. Correct?
You're asking me, is there a difference?
Is there a difference?
There's a difference between a fist fight and someone pulling a firearm, yes.
And what do you think about pulling a handgun and starting to shoot inside of a school?
Let's be real. There are mass shootings going on, there are school shootings going on. From my perspective, it's not a good idea. If me personally had felt that I had to pull a gun or take a gun to school, let me say that. If I personally felt I had to take a gun to school, my life is in danger.
You ever heard of retaliation?
Yes.
You saw those text messages that he was posted up?
Yes.
He's not talking about being scared, is he?
A question like that would lead me to believe that you're not familiar with a lot of urban communication, maybe?
If y'all think this is fine.
Hold on. You don't get to talk to the court.
Yeah, close to it, Mr. Honor.
You may.
I'm sure that I am not in tune because I'm an old lady, and I'm sorry about that.
You're not old.
Oh, I am. So I'm going to have you read it because you're the one that knows.
Would you like the witness to read the exhibit?
Let me get the exhibits, Judge. Make sure I don't mess this up. Please exhibit 163. There's a copy of what was displayed for the jury on that board this morning while you were sitting in court. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so since I don't know what I'm talking about, what does this first one say? Read it.
Well, the statement you just made is not a statement that came out of my mouth. I said you might not be familiar with urban communication.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. On this first page, it just appears to me that it says bro nigga bro me too. I think it says rod, but
Yeah, I guess that's what they were saying.
am I wrong?
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
I'm sorry?
I need you to speak one more time, please.
Oh. Okay, so it looks like that's what he was saying.
Let me see both sides up here. Let me see both sides up here real quick.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
On this particular page of the same exhibit, well, let me ask it this way. Some of these words are abbreviations, is that right? Of the word itself.
You know how these young kids take,
So nah, and then FUCC is,
Hold on. I know you think you know the questions asked. Let's make sure she asks the questions in their entirety before you answer. All right.
Yes, sir.
And let's keep them brief questions, not compound, so that we can get the answers you need. All right.
Yes, sir.
May proceed.
okay, so the abbreviation FUCC is really the word fuck. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then DAT is like the, that.
Okay, hold on. You need to stop saying mm-hmm. Start saying yes or no. Okay, because she can't type down what you're saying in a sound.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
And it says talking shit, INNA, I'm gonna kill them both. I'm means I am going to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then one other thing. And it's just if you know, on this page, damn WTM question mark. Do you know what that means?
I think it means damn, what does that mean? WTM, what does that mean? Is that what that means?
I don't know.
That one I'm not familiar.
Okay, all right. So all this stuff about the bullying and somebody beating them up and things like that, those are things you've heard that were being said by family members. Is that right?
You need to
Yes
say.
or no?
Yes,
so-
ma'am. Yes. Sorry.
You're okay.
All right. Nothing that you have personal knowledge of, correct?
No.
Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Weaver, as a case manager with mental health, do kids usually tell adults when they're feeling pressure initially?
No.
Do kids normally confide in their friends first?
That's normal. Yes.
And on cross, this line of questioning came up about fights. Can getting your head stomped on the ground cause trauma?
Absolutely.
Could getting embarrassed in front of your peers cause a lot of trauma for someone that's a teenager?
Absolutely.
Could being humiliated on video cause trauma for
Absolutely.
someone's a high school student?
Absolutely.
And could a fight, even if it's a fist fight, could that end a life?
Yes.
No further questions.
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. You may be excused. Defense, please call your next witness.
Defense calls Julie Burns.
All right. All right, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give and the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Please have a seat here.
May we have a brief moment, Your Honor? Just a brief moment.
You may. While they're taking that moment, why don't you go ahead and say and spell your name for the court reporter?
Julie Barnes, B-A-R-N-E-S.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. State.
Do you need a record?
All right. Ms. Barnes, Ms. Pamplin, this is your witness?
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
What's your name, for the record?
Julie Barnes.
And how are you employed, Julie?
I'm employed with the Tarrant County Adult Probation.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been with Tarrant County a little over 2 years.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
I am a court officer. We serve as a liaison between the court and the probation department.
And prior to yesterday, did Timothy Simpkins have any prior felony conviction?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Hearsay. There's no personal knowledge.
That's over.
Did he have any prior felony conviction?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Now, when, what day did Mr. Simpson find out?
October 7th, 2021.
And who, the conditions for his bond, who's that those?
The magistrate judge set those.
And when you say bond conditions, what does that mean? Explain it to the viewer.
Bond conditions are conditions that a defendant has to follow for the bond. Those conditions could be committing no new offense, in this case GPS, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons or firearms.
And he was on 24-hour home confinement?
That's correct.
When you say home confinement with a GPS monitor, how does that work?
The defendant is required to remain at home. They are able to leave for certain reasons, coming to court, medical with approved, with a supervision, and they would have the GPS monitor on that notifies of any changes.
So would he have to notify his court officer every time he would go somewhere?
Yes.
So typically, he at court, you have to notify?
Yes.
Doctor's appointment?
Yes.
So since 2021, since October 6th of 2021, how many violations for marijuana use has Tim had?
Approximately 4 violations.
So but one of them, what was the first one that you had?
The first violation I have is December 10th, 2021.
So the year this offense happened, and the next violation?
The next violation I have is October of 2022.
So almost the whole year, correct?
Correct.
And then the next violation?
The next violation would have been March of 2023.
So that's 3 total violations, correct? For marijuana use?
Yes, there was an additional marijuana use in November of 2022. It was not notified to the court since he was just reinstated on his bond.
And there was a violation for being 100 feet away from his house?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what was going on with that?
From the notes, it does state that the defendant went to ride his dirt bike beyond the scope of where he was allowed to be.
And so the dirt bike was then behind his house, correct?
Correct.
So he was riding his dirt bike and got beyond 100 feet.
Correct.
And charging violations, what does that entail?
I'm sorry, can you explain?
Charging violations, if you have with a GPS and you have a charging violation.
Yes. So there were a number of charging violations where Mr. Simpkins did not charge as directed. They're given a window of how to charge correctly, and there were a number of violations of incorrect.
So when you don't charge correctly, was he falling asleep with trying to charge for the GPS?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
And how many hours a day must the GPS be charged?
2 hours.
So that 2 hour charging lasts 24 hours?
It can last 24 hours, yes.
And was there a violation, he was sleeping? What happens if you sleep with the monitor on and trying to charge it? What would happen?
It can make the GPS malfunction.
How many people would you say are on probation right now in Tarrant County, if you know?
In Tarrant County, 1 second. We have approximately 10,700 defendants on probation.
10,700?
Yes.
And out of those 10,700 people, some of those people are violent offenders, correct? Correct. What kind of offenses would fall up under that category of offenses where people on probation that committed violent acts?
That could range from assaults, sexual assault, manslaughter.
Manslaughter as in you kill somebody?
Yes.
And sexual assault as in you violated a child, basically.
Correct.
So they're out here on probation.
Correct.
What are some of the standard conditions that you must be on? What are some of the standard conditions that you tell somebody that's on probation? Or give someone that's on probation?
Standard conditions are to commit no new offense, report monthly or as directed, no weapons, no firearms, no use of any drugs, illegal substances, no alcohol.
So everyone that comes through, there's 10,700 people that's on probation. Did every last one of those people have to go through a tape assessment?
They do assessments on every defendant. A tape assessment may not be done on everyone.
And what exactly does a tape assessment do?
A tape assessment is a substance abuse evaluation.
And if a person has a substance abuse issue, you address that.
That's correct.
And how long does a tape assessment last?
The tape assessment, for how long would the recommendation last?
No, just in general, is it the probationer, do they come to your office to answer questions, or?
Yes, they can do it in the office or virtually. I say that I'm not sure the exact time of the assessment since I don't conduct them.
And if you find out that the person has a substance abuse problem, you make a recommendation to a program.
That's correct.
Based on if you're doing marijuana as opposed to crack cocaine or heroin, or what?
Correct.
What are some of the places that provide services here in Tarrant County?
Some of the services we have, supportive outpatient, intensive outpatient. Then there is the inpatient programs that we can send them to, including ISF or safety.
And if a person really has an addiction, they go to safety?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what that is.
Safety is a 6-month program through the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
And what is ISF?
Intermediate sanction facility. It is a 90-day program.
So a person, it's a place where, like, we're not going to send you to prison, but we're going to send you someplace to correct your behavior.
Correct.
So is there like a mental side to that? People that have mental issues, and a side where people don't have mental issues? Or are they all together?
There, in addition to the substance abuse side, there is a cognitive program. It's an additional 90 days.
Was Tim required to report monthly?
Yes.
Did he ever fail to report?
Yeah.
Did he always submit his UA as requested?
Yes.
Did he always appear when, at the time and the place where the probation officer wanted him to be?
Yes.
Now, if a person is on probation and they violate the terms and conditions of the probation, what happens?
We have what's called progressive sanctions that we would work with the defendant. If they continue to violate, then a motion to revoke probation can be filed.
And if the motion to revoke is filed, does it have to be, in this case, be signed by Judge Hill?
Yes.
So you notify Judge Hill, this person did X, Y, Z.
Yes.
If that person commits a new offense, that will be contained in the petition to revoke.
Yes.
Do you have you come across a lot of probationers that smoke weed?
Yes.
Is that probably like one of the ones that you see more than anything else?
Yes.
Are there people in this county that have when you talk about progressive sanction, you're trying to find ways not to incarcerate, correct?
Correct.
How many, if a person smokes weed the first time, like, it's like 3 days in jail and admonish them or something?
Wouldn't necessarily be, it would depend on the substance and the defendant.
But the ultimate goal of community supervision, you want the person to successfully complete probation, correct? You want to change their behavior.
Correct.
You want to guide them in a way that they are successful and not fail to go to prison.
Correct.
Have you seen people with violent offenses successfully complete probation?
Yes.
On few or many occasions?
I don't have an exact number on it, but it does happen, yes.
There are hundreds, I mean, I can't say hundreds, but there are services throughout Tarrant County to help people, right?
Yes.
Those rehabilitative services, you can get rehabilitative services in Tarrant County, more rehabilitative services than you can in TDC.
I believe so, yes.
Did you just pass?
Yes.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Tell these people what service you have that's going to teach someone not to shoot somebody else.
There
What
is
was the name of that class?
There's no exact program.
I'm sorry, I thought there was a way, you just described it. So is there a class or course or service somewhere in the great county of Tarrant that's going to teach someone not to take a gun to school and shoot it up?
No.
Defense counsel asked you questions about courses or classes on not smoking marijuana. Recall those line of questions?
Yes.
All right, what class do you have to teach someone not to deal with drugs?
There are cognitive programs, but it would really ultimately depend on the defendant on whether or not they're going to follow them.
Okay, let's talk about following stuff. This defendant had a conditional bond to be confined to home, right?
Correct.
That means literally you're stuck at the house, right?
Yes.
You have 4 marijuana violations. That's 4 times he's used marijuana while he was confined to home. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Unless he's growing it himself, what does that tell you?
That he's not following the rules and conditions.
I mean, somebody's bringing it to him.
Correct.
Tell me who that was.
I'm not sure.
The people that he lives with. Do you think it's them?
It's possible.
I don't think Miss Lily is bringing him marijuana and drugs. Probably agree with that. Let's just assume she's a real nice lady. That didn't happen. Probably not his mom. Probably not his sister. It's going to be his friends and associates, right?
How's speculation there?
Does go sustain.
Who are his friends and associates? Who does he hang out with?
I'm not sure who all of his friends are, but
Name one. Name one.
I do not know who his friends are.
Is that a condition of probation to tell you, for him to tell you every name of a friend and associate?
The condition is to not associate, and I did not supervise him personally.
You got a condition of probation not to associate with bad people, right?
Yes.
Does he provide you a name of good people he's supposed to associate with?
He does not provide a list of names.
Tell these people how you find out someone associates with bad people.
We find out with self-reporting. It could also, if we find out if there's a new offense or other things that come across.
So if he tells you he did it or he gets caught,
Yes.
what's the name of your department?
Community Supervision and Corrections Department.
Community supervision. That means you expect his community to help supervise him.
Yes.
So if his godfather, his mentors, and his friends think he's never done anything wrong in his life and cannot even call shooting up a school a crime, it's an incident or a situation, and they weren't even aware of anything he's done.
There's no objective testimonial nature of this question. Where is it going?
I have a question, Judge.
All right, get to your question.
Doesn't sound like he's got much community supervision.
That's fair.
Doesn't sound like you can trust his community to tell you he's done anything wrong.
That's fair.
So how are you going to supervise him?
We are unable to be with him 24 hours a day, but we do expect them to abide by their conditions.
You monitor him 24 hours a day with a GPS monitor, and that still didn't work.
Correct.
You've been around marijuana before. You smelled it.
Yes.
Very distinctive smell. If he's under home confinement and he's smoking marijuana in his house, his grandmother's house, don't you think that's something his family and friends should be able to smell and notice?
It's possible, yes.
That's possible. I mean, you walk down the street and smell someone's driving by you, right?
Yes.
So if he's violated bond 4 times, that's a good indication. That's 4 times they ignored it.
Yes.
Now then, I'll make sure I caught this correctly. The very first violation was in December of 21. Correct?
Correct.
What was the consequence to him?
On the very first one, his bond was held insufficient.
For how long?
I don't have the date he bonded back out, but he was released from custody during the month of December.
Okay, so these people can understand this. He violates bond, y'all tell the judge, he will issue a warrant for his arrest. He's picked up on that warrant, he sits in jail for a period of time, and the court can reinstate that bond and release him again. Is that how that works?
Yes, that can happen.
Okay. And the judge, depending on what that is, can raise the bond if he thinks that's what needs to be done. Either way, he had a warrant issued for his arrest. He was arrested in December of 21, and he was released that same month. Right?
Correct.
And that is 2 months after shooting up a school. You realize that, right?
Yes.
And that's 3 months after a shooting at a racetrack. Right?
Yes.
And when we say jail, that's across the street over here. Literally on the other side, if we walk through that glass, we'd see the jail. So that's where he would have been. Right?
Yes.
He is sent back home with home confinement. Correct?
Correct.
And as Pamela pointed out, he lasted almost a whole year before he violated again. Right? Is that fair? As far as marijuana use goes.
As far as marijuana is.
Okay. So how many times in that year, really 10 months, did he hang out with those same people that provided him marijuana?
I mean, depending on who gave him marijuana, it was 10 months before. I'm not sure how many times he was around them. Because I'm not sure who gave it to him.
You don't know?
No.
And he's being monitored 24 hours a day? I mean, he's under home confinement. These people are watching him 24 hours a day. And you don't know and they don't know. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Violates again. Warrants issued for his arrest. Put in jail. Is that right?
Yes.
And he's released. How long has he served in jail this time?
Again, I don't have the dates, but he was in jail.
10 days, 4 days, 30 days? Wasn't too long because he violated again in November. You don't know exactly.
Give me 1 second to look at the notes.
Sure.
Nope, it was within the month as well. It could be sometime within 30 days.
He violated again the very next month. Is that right?
The next one, he did test positive again. However, we weren't able to determine if it was new use at that point.
Explain that to the jury.
New use, when we do a UA within a certain amount of time, it could indicate old use. So it could be from that prior drug test in October. And sometimes the labs can determine if it is new use, if he had smoked during that time period as well.
Were you able to confirm it?
No.
So you just don't know?
No.
So he got the slide on that one. Because you said you didn't bother telling the judge. Right?
Because that's when that surgery said that you can't tell if his levels are going down and they didn't report it.
Okay. That's overruled. You can answer the question.
Y'all didn't even bother telling the judge about that. Let him make the call. Is that right?
Yes, usually when they're reinstated, we don't notify the court on that point.
So you get that one for free. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. Then he lasted every bit of 4 months this time. Right?
Correct.
So the idea of going to jail, spending time in jail before you go to trial, apparently wasn't too intimidating because you continued to use again. Right?
Yes.
And again, you can't tell us who, what, where, why, how, any of that, even though he was under home confinement the entire time.
That's correct.
This counsel asked you a question about violent offenders who are on probation, and that's everybody from a class A misdemeanor assault up to, I think you said maybe even some sexual assaults. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How many of them are on probation for attempted capital murder?
None of those offenses.
None. That'd be a 0. How many of those were probated by a jury for the offense of attempted capital murder?
No.
0. Is that right?
Yes.
Doesn't happen. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Does counsel ask you questions about, he always reported. How many times did he have to report him on?
At least one time a month.
For a whole day? Did he go see you for a whole day? Y'all sit there and talk to him, say, hey, what's going on? What you doing? Who you hanging out with? How's the report go?
A report can last anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes, depending on what's going on. He would come in, meet with his officer, talk about any violations, talk about if there are issues with the GPS.
So apparently there's a lot going on with him. He's violated at least 4 times. And he still was, for 30 minutes a day, 30 minutes one day a month, he'd come tell you that he wasn't using drugs and he was doing what he was told to. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we know that sometimes he was lying because he was using drugs.
That's correct.
So I guess the self-reporting idea didn't really work out so much.
We utilize other methods like sending him for the drug test to determine if he's telling the truth.
For the 10,700 people on probation, how many probation officers are there?
We have approximately 150 officers.
And they all supervise people? Or some of them managers, they don't supervise anybody?
That number is of supervising officers.
It's a pretty big caseload.
The average caseload is about 140.
Kind of hard to manage that number, isn't it?
It can be. They're broke down into different levels of reporting.
Sometimes it's 15 minutes and sometimes it's 30. Sometimes it's not at all. They just literally drop a piece of paper off at the desk and wait. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Tell the jury about progressive sanctions. Recall that?
Yes.
This defendant's had progressive sanctions. He got to spend more and more time in jail every time he violated his bond, not even probation, bond. And wasn't very effective, was it?
Yeah.
You have a second, Judge?
You may.
And for the jury's benefit, he's not been on bond since this last time. He's been in jail.
That's correct.
Pass witness.
Redirect.
Just briefly, what kind of services, what are some of the services that you offer for violent offenders?
So we have.
Judge, at this time, I object and ask that she narrow it down to people who are convicted of attempted capital murder, not just
I
violent
would ask that
offenders.
you let me.
All right. That's overruled.
Ma'am.
Depending on the offense, there are different classes. We do have anger management classes. If it was a domestic case, we would have batterers intervention.
And you have classes for sexual predators?
Yes.
And those are considered violent offenders also, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a person like a person that commits a manslaughter case like Ethan Couch? What kind of
Judge, I'm going to
person?
object. That is the difference between night and day.
Are you asking what kind of conditions he would receive? Is that your question?
Correct.
Yeah, that's sustained.
A person charged with a manslaughter case, that could fall up under what kind of class would that person have to?
Objection to relevance.
Yeah, we're not talking about intoxication manslaughter. So if you want to narrow it to something more specific to this case, I'd be happy to let you ask it.
And with respect to, you have people on probation for smoking weed, there have been times, you know, they tested positive, and the district attorney has agreed to dismiss the petition.
It could be possible.
That the prosecutor and the court officer, everybody agrees, like, dismiss the petition and be done so many days in jail or something.
Yes.
And typically, if a person violates, who sets the bonds in this particular court? If a person violates in this court, does Judge Hill set the bond or does a magistrate set the bond?
It would depend on the warrant. It could be either.
I'm sorry, say
It could be either.
okay. But in this particular case, well, typically, do the bonds get doubled, if you know?
I'm not sure on that.
Since October 6th of 2021, Tim hasn't committed any new offenses, has he?
I have no knowledge.
Because if he had committed new offenses, it would be near Chronos, correct?
Correct.
The violations are 3 positive UAs since 2021.
Yes.
Are you able to offer treatment to somebody that's out on bond?
Ask and answer.
We've already discussed this. What's different?
We said
Oh, out on bond. Out on bond. Excuse me. You can ask the question. Overruled. Go ahead.
Are you able to offer treatment to anyone that's out on bond?
No, not.
That's what.
Okay. Any recross?
Just real brief.
Okay.
There's no way for you to know if he committed a new offense unless he got caught or arrested.
That is correct.
So until that happens, there's no way for you to know.
That is correct.
Pass witness.
Redirect.
But he's been on home confinement and DPS monitoring. You would know if he violated that, would you?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right. Recross?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Witness be excused. Defense?
Yes.
State.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Barnes, for your testimony. Defense, please call your next witness. You may.
Jada record.
Okay, come on up here, Miss Robbins. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. You can lower your hand and come have a seat here. Just try to wait till you hear the entirety of the question from either attorney so that you don't talk over them, they don't talk over you, and then speak loudly so everyone can hear you, okay? Okay, your witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Robertson. Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Katrina Robertson, Katrina
Can you check to see if your mic is on?
All right, I think she's got the spelling. Go ahead.
Katrina, what do you do for a living?
I'm an esthetician.
Talk into the microphone and talk loud.
I'm an esthetician, also does home hair care, and also sell clothes.
Do you live in the DFW area?
No,
Where are you originally from?
Texarkana, Arkansas.
And are you the mother of Timothy Simpkins?
Yes, I am.
How many children do you have?
2.
So you have Raven and Tim as your kids?
Yes.
Could you tell us what happened to Tim's father?
I was 3 months pregnant. He had got killed.
Were you living in Texarkana at that time?
Yes, I was.
What year did you have Tim?
2003, September 2000.
Okay. And what age was it when Tim went to go live with your parents?
Like 1, I was 1, like 1.
Why did you make the decision to allow Tim to move in with your parents?
Because I came from a 2 household, mother and father, and like his father had got killed. So I feel like it was better for my parents to help to raise my 2 kids.
And are your parents named Miss Lily and Mr. George?
Simpkins, yes.
When did you move to Dallas?
I'm 43. I just remember I was like 18. Yeah, 18 because I had went to school in Dallas.
Yeah, you got to speak up and keep lowering your voice. You went to school in Dallas and what?
I was like 18 years old. I'm 43, so just do the math. So I figured when I got, okay, I had him, what was the question again?
Okay, so we're going to start over. So I know this is nerve-wracking. So first, how old were you when you had Tim?
23.
You were 23. When did you move back to Dallas from Texarkana?
I was like 20. I was back and forth. I'm like 22, and I got pregnant in Texarkana, and then I came back when he was a baby to Dallas.
When Tim was growing up, how often would you see your children?
I saw them all the time.
And did you financially support your children during this time?
Yes.
We've talked a lot about your father, but I want to start off with talking about your mother. What type of woman is Miss Lily?
A strict parent, a loving parent. She taught us like right from wrong. She a God-fearing woman. She was a good parent. She my backbone. That's the reason why she was helping me with both of my kids.
And how did Miss Lily handle your father passing away?
She didn't handle that too well, and she still not handling
Would you agree with me to say that when Mr. George passed away, it devastated the entire family?
Yes, the witness, Your Honor.
All right, I'll ask you not to lead the witness. You asked the question, ask your question a different way.
How did your family feel after your father passed away?
There you go.
When my dad passed away, a lot of stuff had changed. Because my daddy was the man in the house, and my daddy was the provider, and he the one really taught me a lot of things. And he taught my son everything. Because like I say, my son didn't ever have a father. So my daddy was the father. So when he passed away, a lot of stuff had changed.
Can you tell us what changed with Tim when your dad passed away?
When my father passed away, I feel what changed was Tim didn't have nobody. He had no father because he never met his own father. And the man that had raised him had passed away. The only man that he really knew as a father.
Did Tim ever have any mental health issues concerning that passing?
I'm going to say yes.
And why do you say yes?
Because he was like going through some things. And I talked to him. You know how these kids are, they don't like telling you nothing. They don't like talking to you. Like how I was raised, we talk to our parents. But these new kids, they do not talk. They don't like telling you what's going on. And when you ask them, oh, it's okay, they be feel like they weak or something, or they embarrassed.
And so I want to direct you to Tim and his education, okay? What school did Tim, or what type of schools did Tim go to when he was younger?
All his life, him and my daughter both went to a private school.
When did that change?
That changed when my father passed away, but my son, he does sports so much, so when he was going to private school, he felt like he wasn't going to get a record, like the coach is going to come, the scouts going to come look at him. So he did like ask, he begged. Cause he first would say no, because he never been to a public school. So when he was asking, I like football, because I want to go to college, they could look at me, I can get a scholarship. I'm like, Timothy, I don't know. Or whatever like that. Because his whole life, ever since he was little, he was in private school.
Were these private schools big or small?
But his private school wasn't big like the school he attended.
Okay, so when it comes to the size, Timberview is substantially larger
Yes.
than those private schools.
Yes, and that's what I was scared of.
Did you see any changes in Tim when he transitioned to Timberview?
Later on, I did. Later on, when an accident had occurred.
Okay, what incident is that?
It was some boys, 2 boys was picking on him. And so me as a mother, I'm the one who had reached out to them and talked to them and like, what's going on? Because that's my son and I don't want nothing to happen to him because they would threaten him and picking on him and bullying him. And so I was trying like I was telling her, like, I don't want nobody to get hurt. And so I was trying to ease what's going on. And so I had reached out to the boys through, I believe, Instagram. I had called them on Instagram and had talked to them.
Okay, Katrina, I'm gonna stop you there. So, everybody in this courtroom has been to high school. So, we've all been children. So, define when you say picking on somebody, that means a lot of different things. What does that mean in Tim's situation? How were they picking on Tim?
That was like threatening him, what they was gonna do to him. And that's the reason why I had reached out to the boys. It was two brothers. And I still had it in my phone when I had called him.
So when you say threats, you mean threats of violence?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And when you say do something to somebody, you mean physical harm?
Yeah, harm. Time when I see you, I'm gonna kill you. Was kill you.
So you as a concerned mother reached out to them?
Yes, I had reached out to the boys.
Was that successful?
I reached out twice. The second time, it was so what? And then that's when his other friends started want to pick on Tim, you know, oh, your mama called, you know, stuff like that, like never him, you know, just talking noise.
When did this incident happen?
Like right before, like all this other stuff was had happened.
Did it happen in the spring school year or did it happen in the summer?
I knew school was starting back. So like in the summertime, school was starting back.
Okay, so starting the fall semester.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Katrina, when did you find out about the racetrack incident?
When this all this stuff happened, because I didn't know nothing about it. If I knew something about it, I know me, I would reach out to the boys like I did the first time.
Did you know about Tim's injuries from the racetrack incident?
Till after the fact. Because his birthday on the 27th, actually his birthday on the 27th, I took him to the Eagles and Cowboys game for his birthday. And so I did notice he had like a black rag on his head. And I'm goofy just like him. I was going to pull it off, but some tell me, nah, he probably just didn't get a haircut.
Slow down, please.
So I was going to snatch him off his head, like, in my head, like, why you got this on? And I was like, okay, he must have a haircut. And so I did not know about until after the fact, what had happened.
Are you the person that's in charge of Timothy's high school experience, so to speak? Like, are you the parent that the high school would call if there's something wrong with them?
I'd be my mother.
If you would have known about racetrack, would Tim have continued to go to Timberview?
No, I would have pulled my son out that school because, for one, I know what comes with it. And then for my son to get beaten with a gun like that, and then for him, I know that my baby was scared, and then he went to school. My baby wouldn't went to school. Absolutely no. I would have withdraw him from this school if I would have known about it. That's why I really hurt my soul, because I didn't know nothing about it.
All right, ma'am. Make sure you only answer the question that's asked, okay? Answer. Next question, please.
Katrina, we've talked about your parents and their family dynamic. Did you grow up, I retract that statement. Did you know that Miss Lily still had guns in the house after your father passed away?
Oh, yes. My daddy was in the military. He was in the military for years. He had retired from the military.
Did you know any of Tim's friends that he made at Timberview?
I just knew a couple of them.
Did you know what kind of people they are?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you think anything was wrong? Could you sense anything wrong with this friend group?
No. They're just some typical teenager little boys.
Earlier, I mentioned that you do financially support your children even though they live with your mother, correct? Okay. Did Tim receive money in any other way?
Yes. He was getting a check from my father. And then he was getting money from, his allowance from me. And he also, sell shoes. I used to have to give money to sell shoes. And then when he sell them, I buy shoes from, but I paid whoever he was charging. Help him make some money.
Okay, so when you say that Tim sells shoes, what kind of shoes are we talking about?
It'd be like tennis shoes.
So with Jordans ring a bell?
Mm-hmm.
So those are the type of shoes
Yeah,
that...
Jordans and Yeezys. I had bought a pair of Yeezys from him. And I'd be like, oh, you charging me too? But I'd like,
Did you ever see Tim with a whole lot of money?
No.
Did Tim ask you for money sometimes?
Every day, but he get a chance.
How does Tim normally dress?
He dressed, I used to complain the way he dressed. He dressed, always had hoodies on and like sweats.
Did you ever see Tim with designer clothes on?
No.
Did he ever have Louis Vuitton, Gucci belts or anything?
No. I like his stuff like that.
So for the most part, Jordans were the most expensive things on his body.
Jordans. He loves Jordans.
Now, when it comes to his car, what kind of car does Tim have?
Charger.
What year is that?
It's 2017 or 18.
Okay. And how did Tim receive that car?
I had all the car for him.
So you purchased the car?
Me and my mother.
So Tim never had signs of having money on his own enough to just buy his own vehicle?
He was too broke. He never had money like that.
Did Raven also drive this vehicle?
Yes, sometimes, yes.
Okay. And who is older, Raven or Tim?
Raven.
Did Raven ever drive the car first? Did Raven?
She drove the car.
Okay, so I'm asking, was Raven the first owner or the second owner of the car?
Well, I'm gonna say I was the first owner of the car because
Okay.
I had it first.
Okay, okay. And so you gave the car to your kids?
Yes.
So this is a hand-me-down car in the family?
Yes.
And this car was not brand new?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, Katrina, where were you when you first found out about the shooting?
I was at home in the bed. I had got a phone call.
Can you just speak up, ma'am? I'm sorry. Speak up. You'd gotten a phone call?
Yes, sir. I was home in the bed. It was early. I came to my thing. It was like 9 something. I just remember it was early in the morning. I remember I had to be up like at 10 to go check on one of my patients. So I got a phone call from my daughter. They had FaceTimed me. And so that's when Tim was crying. At the FaceTime, I'm like, what's going on? Well, first when I answered the phone, Raven was like,
Definitely hearsay.
Sustained.
So you can just my question is, without saying what other people said, just kind of, how did you find out?
They called me.
Okay. And when they called you, what did you do next?
I called a lawyer.
And you called a lawyer because you wanted to protect your child?
Yes, I wanted my baby to be safe because I know how they do black males. They will kill you, especially if a shooting happened in school. So I want to protect my son. So I had called a lawyer. I was telling the lawyer what had happened. And so he was like, okay, well, I was, turning me at first. Let me back.
Hold on. Let's answer the questions that are asked. Ask your next question.
So after you find out what happens, you call an attorney. When did you have an opportunity to see Tim?
When it's time to turn himself in, the attorney had, and we had met up, and then we went to the police station.
What was Tim's demeanor like?
He was scared. He was crying. And I was telling him, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. He really shook it up.
So after Tim turned himself in, your family created kind of a support system, is that correct?
Yes, actually, people reached out to us.
Do you know if Tim threatened to harm himself after the incident?
Speak up.
Do you know if Tim threatened to harm himself after the incident?
Yes, he was
For a hearsay.
Hold on, you got to stop talking when they're objecting. What was the question?
Does she know if Tim tried to harm himself? Is to her personal knowledge. I'm not eliciting hearsay.
Okay, well, establish your personal knowledge and then ask the question.
After Tim was turned himself in, where did he go live?
He went back home.
Okay. And did you see Tim every day around this time frame?
Yes.
Were you still in constant communication with your son?
Yes.
And has your relationship always been that way, of you having a line of communication to your kids?
Yes.
And during this time, when he was at home, did you know that he threatened to harm himself?
Objection, still calls for a hearsay response.
Yeah, I didn't get any information that there was a personal knowledge apart from hearsay. So if you can establish one, do it. Sustain.
Did you receive a phone call from Tim?
Yes.
Were you concerned after that?
Very concerned.
How did you react to that?
I had called the pastor, and then I told him to meet me over to my mom's house because I was at work when he had called me. So I said, I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
What was Tim's demeanor when you came over?
He was just crying and saying he did.
Objection to hearsay.
Okay.
Just demeanor.
What? Yeah.
Oh, he was very sad.
Thank you.
What else was he like when you came to the house?
He wasn't saying anymore. He was just very sad. He just didn't want to talk. And he
Was he remorseful?
very,
Katrina, are you scared for your son?
very.
Was your son known to be a fighter or a troublemaker?
No.
Was your son known to get in trouble at school?
No.
What was your son's reputation prior to all of this happening?
A good kid.
And Katrina, you've been here throughout this trial, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've seen all the testimonies, is that correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the seriousness of these charges, is that right?
Yes.
And you saw, the damage that was done at Timberview, is that correct?
Yes.
At the end of all of this, do you understand the jury's verdict?
No.
Katrina, do you understand how a person like Mr. Pettit feels?
Yes.
And you understand that he's innocent, correct?
Yes.
Katrina, do you know about the trauma that Tim has been through?
Yes.
And as his mother right now, do you feel like there's anything you can do to help him?
Right now, just ask me if you can.
Do you feel like there's anything you can do right now to help your son through his trauma?
No, why he's in here. If he was, I can't.
So you feel helpless right now?
Very helpless.
Defense passive witness.
Cross-examination.
To Your Honor, Ms. Robertson, you and I have never spoken, is that correct?
Correct.
I have some questions for you. And to be clear, you were saying that your son has never lived with you, or what age did he go and live with Lily?
When I was always in my son's life.
Yep. When did he go live with your mom?
Oh, like, he was like almost 1.
Okay. She is the one that had legal custody of him? Legal custody.
Until he got older.
Okay, all right. And you were the one that gave him the gray Charger that he drove?
Me and my mother.
Okay. That Charger was a 2018 gray Charger, correct?
Yes.
And when did you give it to him? What year?
It was during COVID. It was, this was like 2021, I believe.
2021, the year this happened?
Yes, I believe, yes.
So the car was?
The car was an old car. We had bought it. We had bought it from someone else. So yes, until 2018, but we didn't buy it in 2018. I bought the car like 2021. It was in the summertime.
So you specifically bought the car, kept it a little while, and then gave it to him?
Yes.
Okay. And he would normally drive that car to school, correct?
No. He drove other, like my parents, my mother had other cars. So he drove different cars.
Okay. Did he ever drive the Charger to school that you know of?
Yes.
So sometimes he drove?
Yes, 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 yes.
And you previously told this jury that if you had known about what happened on September the 26th of 2021 at the racetrack, that shooting, that you would have done something about it.
Correct.
You would have known something was wrong, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that the police began to investigate your son for being involved in that shooting previous to this shooting happening?
No, I wasn't.
Well, after this shooting happened, did the police come to your mom's house and try and find that gray Charger? October the 27th of 2021, did they try to come to your mom's house at 642 Harris Ridge Drive in Arlington to search that vehicle pursuant to a search warrant? Are you aware of that?
I want to answer your question. I want to say, you're talking about when they came to get the car back? That's what you're talking about?
I'm talking about when the police were trying to find that car.
I know they were trying to find the car, but I know we had a phone. I think they came and I said, well, the car, I gave them the car, so I don't think, I mean, not like trying to find, I believe they came to like get the car, but find it, they had to find it because presented the car.
Okay. When they came to your mom's house to try and find that car was not there. You had it, right?
Oh, yes, correct.
You were storing that vehicle at 2801 Live Oak Street in Dallas, Texas.
I was driving the car. I want to store it in the car. I was driving because I bought the car. It was my car first. So technically it's not even his car, so it really wasn't his car.
Just answer the question that's asked, ma'am. You can ask the next question.
Did the police have to go to Dallas to go and get that car?
Yes.
And they took custody of that car until December the 8th of 2021, right?
I don't remember when we got back. There was something like that. It was like something like that before Christmas, something like that. Yeah, we know.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You go by Trina?
I go by different names.
Katrina. I'm going to show you what's been marked at State's Exhibit 164 and ask you if you recognize the people in that photograph.
I sure do. Those my nieces. It is Jada.
Is your son, Timothy, in this photograph?
Yes, he is.
Okay. I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 164, Your Honor. Tempered for defense.
If objections are relevant.
All right. What's the relevance of the photograph?
Well, it's just the photograph, and it's relevant. It has the defendant in that photograph. It is breachment to the offense. And it shows demeanor that I am entitled to rebut as to what this witness has testified to.
I'll overrule on lively photograph. 164 is admitted.
Actually, Your Honor, it should be 165.
I'm sorry.
Yes, 164, Your Honor.
It should be 165.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll admit 165.
Katrina, this is a photograph, and again, tell me it's cut into two pieces, correct? I'm going to ask you about the first half. Who are the four people that are right here in this first half?
My niece, both of my nieces and others is Jada.
Jada, and then who is the male?
My son.
And is he smiling?
Yes, he's smiling in that picture, but why y'all not?
Hold on. You're just supposed to answer the question.
Is he smiling in this photograph?
Yes, he's smiling.
And in the second photograph, there are some individuals, several individuals, but is your son also in that photograph?
Yes, he is.
Is he the person with the striped white and blue pants?
Yes,
Okay. Is this taken on the same day? Did it appear? Yes.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Is this at your mom's house?
Yes.
And is this shortly after he got released from jail?
That picture, when he got, this picture right here got to him like hours later.
After he got released from jail?
Yes, hours later, at the end.
Okay. So, do you happen to remember how many days he was in jail before y'all bonded him out?
He got out the next day.
Next day? Okay, so he spent one night in jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a comment on here that says, he's home that quick, right? Correct?
Yes.
And then another bigger one that says current mood, right?
Yes.
And there's, in the first part of this, there's a lot of food on one of the tables.
Yes, he was hungry.
Everybody was hungry, we couldn't sleep, so we was hungry.
Okay, you weren't having a party or anything?
Oh, no, no party.
May I publish to the jury by walking in front of the jury?
You may. Yes.
Would you agree with me? After spending one day in jail, he doesn't look very scared in that photograph, does he?
He was very scared. He just showed me one picture. We have other pictures. He was crying when he got out. He was boo-boo crying when he walked in that door.
How many times have you had to re-bond him out of jail since this has been going on?
Twice. I took it up the first time, and then the other two we got it.
And that process is very expensive, correct?
Yes.
And even though your son kept violating the conditions of his bond, you kept bonding him out of jail, correct?
Yes, any parent would do it.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Any parent would do that over that child. He's a kid.
Okay. So you were going to keep him out of jail no matter what? Correct?
It's my child. I'm a
I
mother.
understand. I understand. But not this time. This time he had to stay in jail, right?
He had no bone.
You understand what consequences mean?
Oh, yes. I understand what consequences is. Very.
So if you do something and then you do it again and again, and finally there's a more severe consequence, you understand severe consequence? Do you understand severe consequence?
In some situations.
In some situations? How about when you violate an order of the court over and over? Should you have a consequence?
In his situation, are he battling?
Yes.
Should he have a consequence?
Should he have been put in jail 1 time, 2 times, 3 times for not following the orders of the court, of the judge?
You may answer the question.
Okay. Say it one time.
Should Timothy have been put back in jail 1 time, 2 times, 3 times for not following the orders given to him by the judge on the conditions of his bond? If it's no, it's okay. That's your opinion.
2 ways. Yes and no. Yes and no.
What's the no?
No, because I know it's wrong for smoking weed. And what he's going through, because we're not here, we don't know what's in his mind. He was sheltered in the house, he can't go nowhere, he's the prince. I might make it right, but at the same time, he didn't know what to do.
he feels shelter in. Like he couldn't, he did violate, like he leaving at the house, not coming home, because he couldn't go nowhere. So he just made it, to help him out was out of depression. Because he's not the only kid that smoke weed.
Do you think it's disrespectful of the authority of a court when you refuse to follow the orders given to you, which are simply stay at home, don't use drugs? You think it's disrespectful? You think it's disrespectful for Timothy, who knew he was not supposed to use drugs or leave the house, to continue to do so, continue to use drugs? Yes. And do you understand that probation means that the judge is the one that gives you the orders of what you're supposed to do when you're on probation?
Yes.
And when you cannot follow simple bond conditions, it is a good indicator, do you not think, that you will be lousy on probation? Don't you think?
Ask me one time.
As a person who is charged with a first-degree felony, who has been allowed and given a privilege because he has the money to bond out, and still cannot abide by the conditions given by a court, do you not believe that person is not taking this very seriously at all?
No, I don't believe he's not taking it serious. He's taking it serious.
Well, he's sitting in jail now, isn't he?
Yes, he might be sitting in jail. Yes, he is.
Pass the witness.
All right. Redirect.
Katrina, do you think that Tim needs some sort of treatment or some sort of help?
Yes, I do.
What kind of help or treatment do you think he needs?
He needs,
Please speak up and please speak into the microphone. I'm really sorry. It's hard to hear you.
he needs mental help.
What does that mean?
That means like
I need you to speak up, ma'am. If you're going to say it loud, okay?
okay, because all the stuff that he's going through.
So you feel like he needs mental treatment with getting therapy wise, meaning medication wise, meaning what, Katrina?
Medication wise, treatment wise, talk to a counselor.
And Katrina, back when you first called the boys that were threatening your son, was that not an opportunity then to get Tim some help?
Actually, yes, I got him some help. I didn't take the, I had, other people talking to him.
Was he too embarrassed to ask for help?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Is he too embarrassed to ask for help? Is that the question?
Yes.
It's not hearsay, overruled.
You may answer the question, Katrina.
Yes, he was very embarrassed because when I did reach out to one of my friends and talk to him, like, Dad, let me talk about me.
Objection, Your Honor, it's the hearsay.
That's hearsay.
If that, well,
Oh,
that's
sustain that objection.
And in regards to the photograph that the prosecutor showed you, was that posted on your page, on your social media site?
No.
When it says current mood, who wrote that?
The only truth, I don't know.
You don't know who wrote that?
I had to, I remember, I don't know.
And did the picture just depict him hugging family?
Yeah, he was hugging his cousins, his first cousins.
Does he always embrace his family?
Too much, I don't want to hug on somebody.
So that's not out of his character to just hug a family member.
No.
Was he remorseful that day?
Very remorse.
Did Tim cry that day when you saw him?
Yes, he was crying, and I have the video.
And when it comes to that food that we all see laid out, did you buy that food?
It was other people who was buying food.
Okay, so the community brought food over.
Yes, community had brought food over.
And that was to Miss Lily's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it comes to the car being in Dallas, did you tell law enforcement where to go?
Yes, I gave them the address.
So you were waiting for them to show up, correct?
Yes, I even went, got where I live at, I have a garage, a high rise. So I brought the car down to them because because of the way I had to come here, I guess, to work. I said, I bring down, I mean, it's okay, it's fine, it's no worries, no
Hold on, I need
worries.
you to slow down. And we're not telling anecdote stories. She asked a very simple question. Please ask, did she answer your question?
So, Katrina, you handed the car over to the police.
Yes, correct.
There was no problems with you giving over.
I was directing them to where I live at.
And you also mentioned earlier that you had a video that day of Tim,
Yes.
and he was doing what in the video?
He was crying.
Are you still in possession of that video?
Yes.
Like right now on your phone?
Yes.
Brief second, Your Honor. May I press the bench, Your Honor?
Yes.
Katrina, how has your life changed since this happened to your son?
Objection, Your Honor, the relevance about how her life has changed.
It's overruled. You can answer.
I feel helpless. I don't feel the same. I feel pain. I wasn't going to protect my baby. I can't sleep because I'm worried about him. Because they try to make my baby so
Okay, I can't hear. Hold on. I understand. If you need to take a breath, take a breath. But no one can write that down. Just take a breath. Just take a breath. There's some Kleenex right there if you need it. You came in? Oh. All right. Please ask your next question.
Katrina, when you say you can't protect your son, do you mean you couldn't protect him in that classroom?
Yes. I don't mean nobody protected him, not even teachers. Because they let that boy in the classroom, but he didn't supposed to be in there because he was late. And I think she even let him in there. You saw him drop the bag. You didn't ask him what's going on. And he hurried. You saw that boy was fighting my baby. My baby never fought back. So it's not a fist fight. A fist fight when someone fights back. But my baby never did fall back. He was balled up, getting stomped out, and no one helped him. And they made like my son is the monster, but that other boy, Zach, he's the monster.
No further questions.
All right. Recross.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may be excused. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. All right. Please call your next witness.
Once again, maybe you're approaching.
You may. All right. We'll be in recess for about 10 to 15 minutes.